nice.
Blitzbro90 just subscribed.
Hello? Hi everyone. I'm logging in right now. We're being silly. I'm really sorry. We're really, really late today. I don't like how late it is. I actually really like doing earlier streams. But here I am, streaming late. So tomorrow, surely tomorrow will be early, right? Tomorrow we'll have an early stream. I believe. Today is unfortunately very late. And also I think a lot of people are like out and about today because it is like in at least in the US, it's like a holiday weekend. So a lot of people have off, which please take your time. Please take your time to rest and chill and, you know, do whatever you need because it is, you know, a lot of people are having time off. So take care of yourself. Kept things pretty small. We're having a ceremony. Okay. That's actually, I know I'm sure it's still going to be stressful, like planning it all. But that sounds really nice though. Just have something like smaller, not too much to worry about. And also like, hopefully you can just cater some tasty foods. Yeah. Cater some tasty foods of I don't know, of just like places that you really like locally, maybe. The only gift I want is to fly back this December. Oh, that would be so fun. I hope you both, all of y'all make a lot of plans. Okay, so apparently Anime Expo, like things are going down. There's smoke in Artist Alley. I don't know what's going on. I have no clue what is happening with Anime Expo at the moment. But they're dealing with that. And apparently Sakura-con earlier this year also had like smoke in Artist Alley for some reason. And I don't know if it was Sakura-con, but there's another con earlier this year too, who just like straight up had like gray water, like just water from I think the kitchen like flowing into the expo hall or whatever. So like things are not great for cons this year. And I think I don't know, it's not even the con itself. It's more so the venues that are just apparently not having the correct upkeep or something. Like, I don't know what's going on. And your work gave you a huge discount on package. And okay, reception dinner is being held there. But the ceremony. Okay, that's what it was. I remember you mentioning like at your workplace, you're gonna have like food and ceremony stuff. But that'll be nice. Just a little ceremony and in your backyard. But hopefully you have a wedding planner to kind of make things smoother whenever you have your reception. Hi, Yami. Hi, Allie. How are you? I thought you just didn't have your mic on. I know I had your stream muted this whole time and I didn't know it. Okay, we're good. Hi, Blitz. I just turned my mic on, so all is good. What am I gonna do really quickly? I need to change the game capture that we're on real quick. So 1 second, and then we will hop into the game as well. I probably will stay on Sark today, but I'm open to traveling when we're doing Eden raids. And I really should have started way earlier. This is my bad, 100% my bad. Like I'm almost tempted. Should we go back to Famfrit or should we go to Primal today just to be able to like get everyone in as requesting? Is that maybe gonna be a better idea? Hi everyone. Okay, wait, the game is not. There we go. The game's there. We're good. It's always 12 somewhere. You know what? It's not even 12 on West Coast. It's not even 12 on West Coast. You know what? It's not 12 in Hawaii yet. So that's a thing for sure. But tomorrow surely will be at 12. Okay, I did ask you all in Discord. Please remind me to take melatonin. Please. please remind me to take melatonin later this evening because I need to pass out as soon as possible because, well, I want to see if I can potentially burn out Timer-chan tonight so she can retire. But then also tomorrow I do want to start early. Tomorrow, melatonin. I really should take a melatonin. Actually, that's a good idea. Let me make a melatonin check real quick. Command. Notice, take your melatonin. Okay. There we go. Tomorrow. Wait, what? Need the command to change the light or play a sound to make flashy colors and stuff? Love your garnetish garnet. Oh yeah, true. You know what? You know what I should have done? I should have worn my well, I have these like orange-ish overalls, and everyone says it's my casual garnet fit, and it's really funny because I probably should also just wear I should also, I didn't think about that at all. I should also wear like another blouse with it too. But that's smart. Maybe when we finish Final Fantasy IX, I'll wear a casual garnet cosplay. I reminded you on Discord. Please remind me again. Thank you. I appreciate you all very much. I really need the reminders. It's so bad right now. Last night I actually was getting to bed like at a normal-ish time, but then I stayed up and I got distracted and I wasn't sleepy. And before you knew it, it was way too late. And we'll have to worry about that. Hi, Humble. How are you? No promises? I know. I'm just trying my best. Need the command to... Oh, but also, hi, Wolves. How are you? Hello, Tuesday. Hi, Yami. Should we go to Primal today, maybe? Like, I'm wondering if it might just be better because, like, I highly doubt that Sarg is going... Or, like, Ether is going to be open today. Like, in a normal capacity. If anybody wants to join us for Eden Raids later. But yes, I also started late, therefore I don't know if we can open a booster. I should open a booster. I want to open a booster, but like I think we gotta actually like lock in a little bit because if I'm gonna estimate 6 hours to do the last bit of Eden Raids, because that's, well, it was 5 hours technically in the other one, but if I'm gonna yap a little bit, and I also want the timer to continue, so might need to do that. Feeling good. Hope you enjoyed the raids. Thank you. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see what happens because technically in this part of the story, Thancred and Orange, I mean, they've gone back. They're okay. It's so weird to think about too. I don't know. Primal Ether should be open right now though. Don't know for how long. Okay, but I know just not everyone's gonna be able to hop in. We can always change later. Much to consider. There's a lot in the story right now that's happening, so I'm excited and nervous. And also, like, I gotta lock in. I'm gonna play White Mage today. Okay, sorry. Wait. But I gotta lock in today. I actually need to take probably allergy meds too. Gotta lock in and make sure we don't die 3 million times. Ether is open fully? Okay. You know what? It's probably because everyone's outside. People are outside today. That's why Ether is open. Or people are being forced to go outside potentially. Let me grab my allergy meds real quick. I'll make my water too. I don't guess. Oh my god. Touching grass like fools. They need like happy hormones or something. Touching grass is good for you. Aside, well, minus the part if you have like allergies to grass or something. Probably don't touch grass if you have allergies to grass. Don't do that. But yeah, I mean, if it's open now, maybe around dinner time when people get back home, that's probably when things will end up closing. Also, let me change this, move this over here, and yeah, we're gonna eventually start questing at some point. Eventually, we're gonna do it. And also, I kind of want to visit Mordona later on. Actually, maybe I do have time to open one pack of cards. What if we just open one pack? What time is it now? Okay, so it's 5. Yeah, actually, I might have time to open one pack. Yeah, maybe. Do y'all want some dopamine as well? Actually, I think I do have time. I don't think I'm gonna do my top-down cam. I'm just gonna show you all. But I think that's what's gonna happen. Hi, Jay, how are you? Oh, grabbing some food. Bring us back some food, please. Also, it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks for stopping in Discord, too. You know that would be a good dopamine? What's good dopamine? Going to sleep on time. It's true. Going to sleep on time would be very important. Should I pin that message for the entire stream? Go to sleep on time notice. No, but actually, I think we do actually have enough time to do one card. one pack of cards, so we can do a poll in a little bit, right? And then let me just pull up my... Where is everything? Pull this up. Put you all over here. But how was everyone's day? Did everyone have a good day off tomorrow? Yesterday? Sorry, not tomorrow. Did everyone have a nice day off tomorrow? Go eat tasty foods, barbecue, see friends, stuff like that? We were doing the grind. We were on the Final Fantasy IX grind, and we actually got pretty far. I'm actually on the last boss right now in Final Fantasy IX. And yeah, I need to figure out the strategies in order to complete the last boss. So we're at that point, and I've been told there's gonna be like about 30 minutes of cutscenes once we finish the last boss. So I need to like properly prepare myself whenever we end up doing it. I mean, we are on. Hi Ninja. You mean we're on the VV grind, carry grind? VV is so caring. He carried us through like all of the chaos bosses, and it was. I'm so proud of my son. And apparently it was very hilarious because we had some friends in chat just like lurking and like making food, and they would just hear me yell, like constantly yell about Vivi, about how great he's doing, and like saying, no, everyone's dying. It's the constant back and forth of our whirlwind of emotions while playing Final Fantasy IX last night. Notice you're a genius. I've been trying to figure out what to eat today. The answer is obvious. Yes, barbecue. Oh my gosh. I really, maybe next weekend, but I really want to get like a beef rib, because there's a barbecue place in my town, and they have like some days they'll have like beef ribs, the really big ones, and they're like as big as my face. And maybe next week I need to go and stop by and grab some, and we have a whole beef rib, and that's just my protein. And I need to get like veggies and stuff too. Actually, if I end up getting veggies, some like roasted zucchini might be nice on the side. But yes, barbecue sounds fantastic. Even like a barbecue sandwich would be nice. I love ribs. I love spare ribs. I like pulled pork. Honestly, a good grilled chicken or a slow roasted chicken or a turkey is really nice too. And grilled corn. Like grilled veggies. But yes, the VV grind yesterday was hilarious. And okay, you have to help me again. So yesterday I asked you all which pack had VV in it, right? Which you did choose right. Actually, you chose left, but you chose the correct one. And VV was in it, but it's not the VV. It's not this VV. Which also, thank you so much, Yami, for showing me that site yesterday. Because VV's like, if he's not in these packs, he's like less than $3. A full art card, I can get him for less than $3. And I'm assuming it's because Magic players don't really want the art cards. They want actual playing cards for their decks and stuff. I'm assuming, right? So that's good to know, because art cards are dirt cheap. And what else? And I don't want a foil, or I don't want a shiny, and I don't want like I don't want a signature on it. So just a plain art card is like $3. And I'm very tempted to get it, but we still have to open these packs eventually. Maybe VV isn't one of them, but it does make me feel a lot better that I can just buy him outright. And honestly, okay, I may need help with this in terms of like looking for cards, like art cards later on, because I may want a certain Shadowbringers character or a couple of them, if that is available, and if they're fairly cheap as well. Girl, treat yourself. Get a shiny one. I don't even need a shiny one. Honestly, the art is beautiful as is. Also, I feel like shiny is probably expensive. I don't know. I am scared of looking at that site, because what if I see something I'm not supposed to see? The little guy's worth it. I should just get, I definitely want one though. I definitely want at least the normal art card for him. He's so cute. He's carrying so hard. Art are not available as shinies. Okay, got it. So it's either foils, or it's either the signature that's in the gold foil, or the art cards, or you have a playing card that's shiny or not shiny. Yeah. And no looking around notice. Okay, art cards are plain or gold tip. Okay, thank you. Can I may request assistance in Discord later on if you all can help locate Shadowbringers characters. Gold stamp. I feel like the gold stamp's expensive though. I haven't looked it up, but I imagine he's probably expensive, right? Right? But I want VV art. I want a VV art card. He's so cute. Okay, all right. He might still be in these packs though. No? Is it expensive for the signature? Okay, but yes. We can open one up though. Yeah, we'll just open up booster. Just as booster for fun, just for a little dopamine. As a little treat. Well, you know what? I'm trying to think. Do I even open one up as a treat? Why would I treat myself today? I'm late to stream by like 4 hours. So why would I treat myself? Why am I rewarding bad behavior? It's $1 more? Really? Okay, that's not even bad at all. Like, honestly, like less than $3 was incredible as a price, but like 4 to 5 is not bad. No, but I shouldn't reward bad behavior of me starting late though. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't reward this bad behavior. So therefore I shouldn't open up a pack. Right? Maybe? I don't know. $3.75. Okay. Not terrible at all. I want a VV card so bad. Hi, Bio. How are you? Okay, but I guess later on we will be looking for cards and purchasing single cards instead of... Honestly, like, it's cool just to, like, open cards and stuff like that, or open packs and everything, but, like, it's fun to look through them, but I don't get card dopamine. I don't get cardboard crack as much, like, as badly. Like, I don't get really into it as badly as other people. Because I am not allowed to look at the cards, therefore, I don't know what cards are available. That's what, like, is more exciting for me. But when I know there's a card and when I can buy it, I think that's more fulfilling than, like, pulling it and realizing I don't want to spend $70 on a random pack of cards that I may or may not get something. And then also, I know there's, like, the thrill of the chocobo chase, right? But I don't think out of the collector's boosters I have, I don't think there's a chocobo in there. Statistically, there's not. And there's a non 0% chance unless all the chocobos have actually been opened up, which I actually don't know. I don't know if that's the case. Does anybody know if all the chocobos have been claimed for at this point? Everyone deserves to be happy. True. And therefore happy we get VV. But yeah. Okay, so what else was I gonna do? I was gonna go to I was gonna check my retainers really quickly, double check I don't have anything in my that's a sell. I thought I saw something. I thought I saw a burb. I'll be right back. And then only 18 of the 69 chocobos. There's 69 chocobos? Wow. Also, that's wild that there's only that many. Unless there's some people who are not reporting and they just like pull them and they don't know, potentially. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, I imagine. This dress is really cute. Wait, did I? Oh, a bunch of Evilise stuff. I wonder why I have so much Evilise and stuff. That's weird. Oh, they just showed up in my inventory. So. Is the highest number that's been pulled so far? Oh, but there's 77. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm learning more about them. I have not been keeping track, so I guess there's still a non-0% chance that it may happen. Oh, and then also technically, I'm thinking. Okay, I am gonna go check on my retainer real quick. And then probably eventually go questing. And then, I don't know, yeah, just work on questing for a little bit. Okay, but maybe I do open a pack, just one. Maybe a normal pack though. Because I do have another collector's to eventually open. Oh, oops. Oh, I'm silly. I should have gone I should have gone to the Grand Company after I picked all these up. I don't know what that is. No duplicates. Lumber. Oh yeah, I need to open this one up. I need to discard these. Oh, wait. Oh, it's another, wait, pressure number 1? Oh, wait a second. Isn't pressure number 1 one of the Orbon songs? Does somebody need that? I mean, I need it, but I don't think I'm gonna play it. But if somebody needs it more than I do, I can share. Yup. Do you need this one, Yami? You need it? I mean, I don't care that much. I think Tuesday, did you get the one that you wanted? Last time that we ended up running Evilies? I guess if I end up rolling for it, and if I end up... I was gonna say, if I end up just like getting it later on, and if it's a duplicate, or like I roll higher, I could just give it to whoever else. I guess that's the thought of it. Okay. Hello. My menu. Right. Right menu. Oh, hi. Hi, menu. Okay, all right. Let me open this one up. But welcome in. How's it going? I like this outfit. Oh, this is this outfit is, there's an outfit that one of the it's not Grand Company, but one of the squadrons, one of the squadrons wears as well. And I think it looks really cool. But also, I'm a sucker for masks. Like Helm's mask. I think they're cool. The puppy! This is the one that you gave me! The puppy! Oh my gosh. Wait. I think this is the one. Maybe it's a different one. Wait, there's so many different puppies. No, it's a different puppy. Hi, Latin. How are you? It's a different one? That's one for... Oh, it's okay. It's a different one. Okay. They look very similar at the very least. Wait, does this puppy have any... Has any, like... Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh. Have you pet it? Hand over. Does it nod at you? No. Ritz, are you okay? Hi, Ritz. How are you? Are you... You have this weekend off though, right? Like, for all the days that you do work and they overwork you, you actually have this weekend off, right? Ah, same fur, different color. I see. Are we gonna... I mean, I'm thinking we're definitely gonna be working on the Eden Raids. It's gonna happen. I'm Renee. Beckon and Hanover, the two emotes of the minions. I'm really tempted one day to do the... Oh, Beckon is the other one. Do the minion master thing because you get like exclusive stuff. Okay, yeah, so that one doesn't work. I know for Red Panda it does, like your own Red Panda, because then it'll sit on Lala's heads. An employee contact you yesterday? Okay, but it wasn't long, right? It was very brief and did not interrupt anything. Hopefully that you like this employee and they're not annoying. Somewhat. Okay, all right. I'm glad you are having time off though. You deserve it because I'm concerned of how much they work you. Just crazy that it's on the 4th. Like, was it, I guess, I'm assuming it was like a somewhat emergency if they contacted you. Oh, did you give head pats? But I do need to, okay. We do need to figure out where Eden Raids left off, and I'm assuming, I think I have to go to Mordsuk, probably? No? Okay. All right, I'm glad it's not an emergency. But how are you? How's it going? Has Max been less of a brat? Beckon only works on your own. Handover works for all of them. Hi, Allie. If y'all want, I can invite you to the party. I can TP you all to, oh, no, you two are in a party. Oh, you're already invited. But I'm gonna go to the to Norvront. Actually, know what? First, I want to go to Mordona. And then I'll TPS to the Crystarium afterwards. Because I want to see everyone in Mordona. I want to see our friends. Also, where's Stinky? He broke a vase? Oh, was this at your house? Or was it your parents' house? Was he being curious or just a brat? Don't tell me he pushed it over. Okay, Mordona. Let's see. Imperium, Gridania. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Why is it always at the bottom? My place, it was on top of the cap. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can definitely invite you. Okay, yes. There we go. We'll meet you in Mordona. Okay, sounds good. I'll be right back. I just want to go see. Okay, so as an update for anybody who has missed any of the last few streams, I have finished 5.3. And so, like, this is, like, very much spoilers. This is 5.3, right? Our friends are back! All our friends are back and they're okay! The twins are okay. We have this cat boy over here who took up residence. I know! And then, okay, we were talking to Anora earlier, and look how faster she starts squatting whenever she starts talking about the boulders. And then she started thinking about if Graha joined them. I think he's infatuated with somebody else. He's not blue. Yeah, exactly. He isn't blue anymore. He's not all crystallized. He's okay. Oh, wait, I didn't realize we could go in here. I wish that he would react whenever you gave him head pats. Girl. I didn't realize you could go in here now. That's so neat. Oh, that's where they are. Oh, I love this. This actually makes me really happy that we can go back here now. And I understand why it was kind of closed off. It was just for the privacy and like the safety of our friends. Honestly, I was so afraid that Xenos would not Xenos, but somebody would do some kind of a weird attack or like a sneak attack or something upon like the in Mordona. But like that's not Xenos's like, that's not typically what he would do. So I wasn't so much concerned about him. It was more so concerned that he would try to go find us and like, I don't know, he would try to like run after us or something. Yeah, this is so cool, isn't it? This is like, I didn't realize this, so I'm happy to be able to go in and talk to everyone because I know Alfie and Alize are outside, and so is Graha. So our other friends are out here. This is so cool. Should be an Almarang. Okay, we'll go to Almarang after this then. Thank you. My place, it was your place on top of the cabinets. Hopefully he won't be tempted by them anymore. Do you have a lot of like high places that he can climb up on and just kind of like peer over? Because apparently cats love that, but I guess they get curious sometimes. If I ever get a cat, I hope that I'll be like, I kind of want to put those like steps on the wall for them to like perch over and everything. That'd be really neat, but I know that sometimes is probably obnoxious to put up or potentially hard to clean, but I guess if it makes them happier. By thine account, the 14th seat of the convocation was known as Azem. As the titles distinctly familiar ring, mine imagination could not fall but run wild. Huh. That's really interesting, Orange, because I was feeling something very similar. So from Azima, the Warden, in Eorzea, and Azim, the Dawnfather in the east. In nigh every corner of Hydaelyn do these deities refer as personification of the sun share like names. Could they all perhaps trace their origins to the 14th seat? I did muse, though it may ne'er be proven or otherwise. Such a theory, I do believe, lieth firmly within the realm of possibility. Oh my gosh, I kind of wonder that too, because the name is so familiar. So Azem and then Azim, right? And then, oh my goodness, where is my notepad? I need to write this in my notes, because this is important. I'm not gonna need tissue. That'll... Where did I put my notepad? Oh, here it is. Okay. Orange. So smart. So smart. Okay. So this is Orange's speculations at this point now. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So... Orange's speculation. So, Azem, which is the 14th seat, who defected, right? But also similar names. Okay, so the title distinctly familiar ring. The title's distinctly familiar ring. So the name is very familiar. Or familiar. Yeah. The Dawnfather. And then it's also personifications of the sun as well. Okay, all right. Could they all perhaps trace their origins to the 14th seat, I muse? Though it... Okay. Lieth firm within the possibilities. I do believe lieth firmly within the realm of possibilities. That's so interesting. That's so cool. I would have missed this if I hadn't gone in here. It probably would have like crossed my mind, right? But I would have always like for them to say it out loud as well. It's like, okay, no, you're on to something. Okay, sorry. Also, welcome back, Gilda. Are you having lunch right now? Also, chicken bacon ranch sounds really nice. Any veggies on it? Though only a short time has passed in the source. For me, it has been oh my gosh. It has been several long years. 'Tis passing strange to see how little has changed here in the Rising Stone. Sometimes I can't help but feel like as if I'm dreaming. Then I see the equipment Tataru prepared for us, and it helps bring me back to reality. Reen continues her fight in the first. I must resume my own here. Oh my gosh. I really am glad that they ended up like, this is the costumes that they, or like not the costumes, the outfits. These are the outfits that they decided that they wanted to continue wearing when they came back here. Also, I really love that Uranger is here and not in the Waking Sand at the moment. It has been some time, so it's probably good for everyone to stay in one place and to recover and to be together. But I don't know. I was always kind of wondering as well, like, what's going to become of their outfits. And honestly, now that their outfits are the same, I feel like I want to keep my outfit for a little bit more. Like, my Shadowbringers outfit, it still feels right. It still feels right, at least for this expansion. If it changes later, maybe I'll swap it around. But also, hi Nina, how are you? I'm exploring the back rooms. His top and skirt look nice. It does. It's very flowy as well. Hi, Stola. She's so cute. She does look at you if you end up moving, it looks like. As you know, in the Seeker of the Sun culture, the title Tia indicates a male who does not preside over territory. In regards to this, Alphino came to me with a consultation. The Crystarium may not be a territory in the traditional sense, he said, but our friend governed it with a great leadership nonetheless. As such, should it not be appropriate to call him Tia? As it is by no means disrespectful to admit the title, I told Alphino. Wait. As it is by no means disrespectful to omit the title, I told Alphino that he is free to do so if he wishes. But I, for one, intend to call him by his full name, at least until he decides what he wants for himself in his new life. Oh, that's cute. But also, yeah, it's the most important thing is like what he feels most comfortable with, and then we'll just reflect that as well. How are you? Did you sleep well? No. I stayed up too late because my brain wouldn't fall asleep, and then I started stream really late, and it's my own fault. And I have to remind myself to take melatonin tonight. That's how I'm doing. How are you, Nina? Are you doing okay? Did you end up working today? Also, Control, how are you? Did you also have the weekend off? If you'd like to time travel as certain Around Reborn quests have to do with Uranger and the Waking Stand. The Waking Stand still stands. Do I have to go? Wait, do I have to go? Is he still there? If I go back, is he in his old outfit? Please take your melatonin. I'll take my melatonin at 12 a.m. today. 12:30 a.m. Today's day 2 of your 4-day weekend. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. You also get to rest your voice too. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you get time off, Nina. He's still in his old outfit? Really? Oh, that's so funny. That is really interesting though. So Alfie was thinking, should his name be different? But honestly, like, Graha barely wanted even to be called my lord or anything like that. He adopted the name Exarch, the Crystal Exarch, just to satisfy everyone else, pretty much. Wait, can I sit here? Also, I'm in the... Oh, I can. Cute. It's true to the coils of Bahamut, where Alize's in her first outfit, really? Oh. Can I doze here? Oh, you can take a nap back here. It's not, wait, 1, 2, it's 8 beds here? Well, 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, I guess we have enough beds if anybody needs to nap. This is more like the storage room infirmary, it feels like, than rather actually like resting quarters, because I'm assuming everyone's actual resting quarters would probably be more private. But I guess this is like, yeah, this is probably like a makeshift area as well, like of like what just happened. So I wonder if this back area will end up changing. Oh, maybe this back door is where the actual like quarters are. Full party nap. Oh my gosh, wait, you're right. This is a full party nap. Full party nap. Man, it'd be so silly if you could have all your friends back here and we can just like, it's nap time. Nap time until static. Hi Ken, how are you? Sleep stream? Oh my gosh, you're right. We'll just sleep, just sleep in back here. It'd be perfect. Oh. Hot water? We steaming potato? I think we are steaming potato. I guess we're just watching Orange. Tired, but okay. I understand. I did not sleep well last night. But tomorrow we will have a proper early stream. So everyone can not stay up too late is the goal. That's our goal. Oh, also, so for anybody who didn't know, you can go back here. So this is like, yeah, this is the area that you could like when our friends woke up, and like this is huge. So we were talking to Orange, and he's talking about the 14th seat, right? And about Azem, and then how Azim and Azama is also like other names that are very, very familiar, and they're both personifications of the sun. So if that's the case, so something about the 14th seat and the sun is probably very similar as well, perhaps. So it's very interesting that like maybe if this is the case, if this is what Orange is theorizing, this is his speculations, by the way. I wrote it down, his speculations, then maybe this is something, maybe the other 14 seats will also represent other potential deities. Oh gosh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no clue. But like, it'll be interesting if that's the case, because he is like wildly speculating right now, right? But I did write it down just in case. Anyways, things to ponder and things to write down. We have been taking notes. I'm trying my best to remember notes. Oh yeah, who the frick is Van Daniel? Sorry. I don't know how to feel about him, to be honest. Oh, I wrote, sorry. So my notes. Van Daniel, Sundered Asian, Xenos, Feral for the Warrior of Light. I mean, it's kind of true. Van Daniel, back again in the white coat. Back at it again in the white coat. Ugh, taking Bulb, sorry, I literally forgot his name during the cutscene. I'm like, Bowl Cut Boy! And it was so unserious. I really forgot his name, but yeah, taking Bowl Cut Boy's body. What was his name again? Yes, we know. Wait, what's his name? I forgot, to be honest. I just remember the bowl cut. Asahi. Thank you. Asahi doesn't deserve you to remember his name. Honestly, honestly, yeah. That's why it's like, huh? Who? What's your name again? I'm sorry. I have the space in my brain is reserved currently for the grandpas of Shadowbringers. It's currently reserved right now with other Shadowbringers characters and all our Scion friends and Shola, because Shola's so funny. Like the beer. Yeah, Asahi. Okay. Thank you. All Xenos allies are stinky by association. You're right, though. You're right. Xenos is feral for us. And then I don't know what Van Daniel's doing. His voice has so much energy in it. Like his voice actor has a lot of energy in the character, which I think is really interesting. And it makes me also wonder about the other iterations, or like the Japanese voices too. Because it's interesting. Apparently for some characters, like the voices really match the body language. And I wonder if that's also the case as well. I have no doubt, because I'm sure that's like, I'm sure some voice actors kind of hear the original voices to kind of get like a feeling of like what to expect going forward, or how to like act a particular character. Also, welcome in everyone. Thanks for the follows. And like the beer, but the beer is much better. Actually, I've never had the beer before. I'm down to try, but I gotta get healthy first, and then later on maybe maybe try. Anyway, sorry, I just was back here because I wanted to see what was going on. Like I saw that like this was accessible in general. And I was like, oh, this is never like, because I've always wanted to go throughout Shadowbringers, or before 5.3, so it was nice to go in. Also, this is new. Is this new? I feel like I haven't seen these flowers before, but they're very cute. Alize is so pouty. She wants new outfits so badly. Also, it's so funny how much she teases Graha too. To that end, I'll end up Hori and his new crew for a spot of sparing. Oh, and Graha too. In my capacity as his senior, I'll be obligated to train him as well. She's so funny. I really love like how much I don't know, I love all their personalities so much. It's so great. Okay, so also Asinian needs to come back. He needs to come home. He needs to see his little brother. His little brother misses him, and like come back home, Astinian. Also, okay, I said this last time, but Astinian also hasn't met his little sister yet either, Alize, so he needs to come home. Wait, the other way. I know he's just living his feral life, because I essentially associate Astinian with a feral cat. Like, that's how he acts. He acts like a feral cat that comes around whenever he wants, and honestly, that's fine. That's his life to live, and we still appreciate him. I do like Astinian a lot, but he's also really funny. Honestly, I don't think anything has changed since last time. I haven't really done anything. I basically finished 5.3 and I was like really emotionally spent. Like I was super drained. My brain barely worked at all. And like I was just like, I don't know what to do. I was just like questioning, as like, what do I do? Like, what's going on? And now that I've had time to take time to like decompress a little bit, I am really excited for us to eventually start 5.4 in the future. But right now, today we're going to do some I'm gonna go head to Amarang, hopefully go back and see some of our friends. Actually, that's gonna be really exciting. Actually, I'm really excited about that. I'm gonna go back into we're gonna go to Amarang, hopefully go see Reen, our little bean, and also Gaia as well, our new yes, our new small. Yeah, we're gonna go see Reen and Gaia, and what else? What else was I gonna say? Also, maybe see Lena too. Lena crying really breaks me every single time. Also, there's certain songs that I can't listen to. I think it's like, it's an immediate cry if we end up listening to them. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna go to the Crystarium first, and then we're gonna TP around because I wanna see if I can like, I wanna see some dialogue exchange. I'll take your strongest juice box. It's illegal to buy Smalls alcohol? I guess so. But what if we just stole it? If it's illegal to buy, can't we just steal it then? I'm watching too many streamers that are all around. Really, at this point? Oh my gosh. Also, hi, Bash. Bash! I finished 5.3, by the way. I'm in Shadowbringers, by the way. But how are you? It's good to see you. It's always good to see you. Let's see. Has toiled ceaselessly to keep his people safe. I recall how it moved me when I was still little. I wanted to lend a hand in some way, and before I knew it, I embarked upon the path I walk now. A tale not entirely unlike Riki Tio's own. With generations new and old, we shall continue to strive for the health and happiness for all. Oh my gosh. So the Exarch knew Chesimel when she was little. I mean, he has been there for a hot minute, so it makes sense. We're just going around talking to people. How are you finding it? I have cried so many tears to the point of many headaches and many it feels like almost dehydration. It's lovely to catch a stream. Have you been extra busy lately? Hard to keep track of which knows what. This'll I definitely understand too, because there was another streamer that I started watching as well, and she was just behind me. She was narrowly behind me, like by one stream basically. And it's because she streamed 1 day versus me streaming 2 days of like Final Fantasy or like Shadowbringers, and it was like fun to watch and see where she was at. But right now though, she is ahead of me. She's surpassed me at this point, so I can't watch, but I can go back and watch though. Had a lot of stuff to do. Oh, you're actually free for a little. That's nice. You actually get a break and just to chill a little bit. But hopefully good busy, right? Hopefully. Yeah, for me, we've just mostly been doing a lot of Final Fantasy. I'm almost finished with Final Fantasy 9. I've honestly, I don't know about you, but I'm assuming if you've been extra busy, I haven't really picked up Overwatch much at all as of like, yeah, I really haven't picked up Overwatch at all, like the last couple months, just because I've been like very Final Fantasy brain rot. Good to see you in One Piece notice. I wasn't sure what to expect when I headed outside to investigate the commotion. Okay. And they say that you were on your way to settling the score with your nemesis. and judging by your peaceful expression, I reckon that you've done just that. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. No. I've heard about the battle outside. I should have liked to join the fight, but Surig bade me hold the fort in the Crystarium. But the most important thing is that Arbor is now has peace he deserves. On behalf of Nalbert, thank you for granting it to him. Oh my gosh. Tainer. A lot of events and planning. Life's consumed by wait, not the is it the horse? Wait, Vash, is it the horse girl dating sim? I heard about that. I don't know anything else aside from horse girl and dating sim, but it also now reminds me, is it like the horse boy dating sim that was very cursed and that was on like mobile forever ago? Horse girls be sleeping? No, it's the racing. There's a horse girl racing game? Huh. I'm very behind on news. You remember that one? I've seen videos of other people playing that one, or like screenshots of it, and it's a little terrifying. I've seen that one. It's strange. Is it funny? Also, hi Tyru, how's it going? How have you been? We've been doing well. We are in Shadowbringers. I finished 5.3. I am doing Eden Raid number 3 today. And also, this is my favorite dwarf. No, my favorite dwarf tank. And I have a favorite dwarf healer in Shadowbringers. Okay, I have 2 favorite dwarves in Shadowbringers. Lolly ho, my friend. Lolly ho, my friend. Good on you for taking down that bastard who is posing as Ardbert. Lamit's armor. Ardbert. I love her so much. She's so funny. With her beloved set free, Lamit can rest easy again. So come, let us raise our tankards to the 2 finest folk that ever were. She's so cute. Menu, she's alive in my heart and also Ardbert's heart, okay? You can't say that. You can't just ask if she's alive, okay? Noel playing number 1. She's my number 1 tank, and I have a number 1 healer, okay? I love her expressions. Look at her. She's so freaking cute. Posing as Ardbert. Lamit's Ardbert. She's so funny. With her beloved set free, she can rest easy again. Her face. I BRB. Okay, no problem. I'm doing well here. Oh, wait a second. Did I finish that? I did. Okay, I just want to make sure. There was an event for an emote that I was supposed to do. I did do that. I remember. BRB, okay, no problem. Currently on my flight back to Ontario. Did I miss the finale? Soup. Are you talking about? Oh, no. I am still on the boss. So I essentially got up to the boss, fought the boss 3 times, died every single time, and I'm now learning that for the boss, Meteor is a dark ability. Oh, wait a second. Oh, frick. I just realized it also does Holy too, I think. No. Does it? Maybe. I need to change out my equipment in order to better... Oh, it's a lot of magical abilities. Okay, I need to change out my equipment in Final Fantasy IX for the last boss, is what we're doing. Exactly, Ken. Lamie and Arbor are alive on Giat's ship, right? Or Giat's ship, and in mine too. If there are no Lamie and Arbor shippers alive, or like, if there are no more if there are no more Lamie and Arbor shippers, Giat and I are not alive. We have deceased. If there are no more shippers. I can't talk today. Also, hi, Win. Also, I'm missing somebody. Oh, he's out on his little quest. He's not here. Where's my tank buddy? Wait, right? Yeah, where's my tank buddy? I wonder if I can find him out in the wild. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are yet. But my tank buddy, he's gone. She's working that... No. I can't talk today. We're working on it. It's been a little bit. Yesterday was a long stream and I also started late today. I love her so much. I know, look at... I love how expressive she is. I mean, that's a Lala thing. But she's so funny. I love her. I want Lollyho. I need Lollyho. She's so cute. Okay. All right. All right. Let me go back. I win. How are you today? Are you doing okay? Are you tired? I'm gonna go start questing. So, I have to go to Amarang. I have to remember where in Amarang. I just went here to talk to a couple people, actually. Does Lena have a particular place she kind of sits or stays at? I'm not sure myself. Amarang. Gem Trader. Not Journey Set. I really think it's in Mordsuk. The flight Wi-Fi cut out. No! The flight Wi-Fi cut out. Okay, so Soup. What had happened? So yesterday we did not finish. I'm on the last boss and we have not finished it yet. So you did not miss the finale. I ended up fighting it like 3 times and I realized, like, then I got a hint that Meteor, the ability, is a dark ability. So I need to switch around my my items or like my equipment in order to hopefully combat that. And Vivi was just the MVP in carrying us through the, honestly, the chaos and through like fighting Kuja as well. So that is what happened yesterday. But you did not miss it. I was really, really close. It was almost an 11-hour stream, but not quite. Possibly out in Lakeland? I want to go find her. Do I want to go find her now? We'll find her soon. We'll find her after. We'll find her after. Okay, so let me see. I would think that the quest is... Yeah, there he is. Hi, Cyber. How are you? Recap. Recap of yesterday's... recap of the fight. Vivi, yes! No, Vivi! Vivi, maybe you did it, Vivi! I'm so proud of you, Vivi! It was just me exclaiming how much I love Vivi, like, nonstop. That's it. That's exactly what happened. When isn't Vivi MVP, though? Well, only when he's not in the party. But I pretty much was like, I pretty much was nonstop saying like, I think out of context, if you didn't hear the game and you only heard just me screaming about Vivi, it probably would have been very silly. Exactly. That's probably the closest I'll probably ever get to like being that mom in like cheering your child on while doing sports or whatever. I think that's what it was. Hi, Saray. Okay, let me talk to... Oh. I was gonna see if I could stand on this crate, but actually I think I'm just gonna be inside the crate. So this is... Luri? About an upcoming? An art book! Oh my gosh, an art book! I want it. But also I learned yesterday that the art card, the Magic the Gathering art card for Vivi is like $3. It's like $3 and I want it so badly. Unbox the crate for a Lala, a mystery Lala. You know what we should do? We should just get a bunch of Lalas sitting here, right? Wait, where's my sit? We should get a bunch of Lalas to sit in here. And then you pay, and then you get a surprise Lala. Oh, then you get a surprise Lala. No, that's dumb. Oh, okay, thank you. So he is the savage ones. They're right next to each other. Silly me. I forgot, that's the last time that we talked to Luri. He ended up unlocking 1 through 8 for us, I think. Elfort. Oh my gosh. Look at our girls. Ah! Sorry. But look at our girls. They look oh, they're so cute. I hope they're doing well. Elfort is so engrossed in the slip of paper in his hand that he barely notices your approach. Do try not to startle him. Notice, so the rumors of your knack for being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we've just completed our preparations for another expedition to the empty. Oh, this time, wait, I'm just realizing this time I'm the chaperone. Okay, I'm the chaperone this time. Miss Reen and Miss Gaia agree that it's high time that you went to see how things are coming along. Though, I must say, being at their beck and call night and day does test my patience on occasion. They're teenage girls. I mean, you know what? You're learning more patience. Well, fancy seeing you here. Is it Gaia? Hello. Notice. It's our girls. We were just getting ready for another ride. No, we were just getting ready for another ride on the Sky Slipper. Care to join us? Do you have your license? There was one thing I should mention before you depart. Now that the situation in Yulmore has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway in investigating your past, Miss Gaia. Is that so? I thought that's what you wanted. So did I. But I quite like the way things are now. Digging around my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow? Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head, my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it is that I had in Yulmore. I understand. We'll find the answers together. Just like we do everything else. Oh my gosh. I think also Gaia probably feels like she's worried of like, you know, who and what she was before like might change. Like she said, like might change things now. But I don't think that would matter with Reen. I don't think Reen cares about that. And I think that like it wouldn't matter to Gaia either, knowing that like it doesn't change anything. Like no matter who you were in the past, like to some degree where it does matter, right? Or like what has happened, because it could could affect things now. But if it's something that doesn't matter, if it doesn't change how things are in the moment or anything like that, then it's fine. Like if it doesn't have any like tangible effect, it can literally be nothing, or it does not. It's immaterial, right? That's really cute, though. I understand. We'll find the answers together, just like we do everything else. Did you make that necklace? How are the coffee biscuits? I mean, I kind of want to ask about the necklace, but then also like the coffee biscuits is like kind of cute too. How do you pick? Okay, which one should I pick? I don't know which one to do. If I were a driver's license system in Eurasia, no Lalas would get one. What are you talking about? Lalas can do it. Do it, girl. Gossip. The necklace? I might ask about the necklace, but also the coffee biscuits though. Okay, all right. Did you make that necklace? You mean from the ice crystal we found after the battle? I was sure it would melt away by now, but it seems Reen was right. No, sorry. And yes, we did make it into a necklace. See, she insisted that I have it, even though it doesn't suit me at all. Still, I suppose it makes a nice memento, so I keep it somewhere safe. Oh, come on, Gaia. It'd look lovely on you. Wait, you're not embarrassed to wear it, are you? Oh. Don't be silly. Of course I'm not. In any case, I wouldn't want to lose it while we're in the empty. Unlike the coffee biscuits you've brought along, I can't go and just buy another one. Ah, they were supposed to be a surprise for Notice. They're so cute. These are our girls. Oh my gosh. And in any case, you were wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. I'm not ready for whatever lies ahead. Orange would also be pleased to hear that you've had your head in those fussy old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself. After all, it's up to us to take care of the empty now. They're so sweet. I'm looking forward to seeing how things have changed since our last visit. Come on, let's head over to the derrick. Okay, I actually really need to after this part. One moment. Okay, I need to actually play an ad right now because ads are gonna start. So I'll be right back, okay? I am just gonna review chat real quick and then also talk to Yell for it. I'm hoping that one of these days I'll be allowed to visit Empty and see those remarkable changes myself. It seems like a fair reward for all my hard work. Okay, all right, I can see over the dash, okay? You cannot. Min height cat girls cannot see over the dash, but I can. Standing on the seat. Standing on the seat, okay? Standing on the seat, I can see over the dash. They have hand pedals, all right? That's the thing. Unlicensed menaces. It's true. I somehow have seen it. They stand on the seat. We do stand on the seat, okay? Win, can you see over the dash? I can only see your ears, Win. As a min height cat girl, I can only see your ears, Missy. But also, I love riding in the seats. It's so cute. This is not safe. This is definitely not safe for me to lean over, but like, it doesn't matter. Because we're cute, and that's all that matters. If you're cute, you can get away with things, okay? Cat girls, Lalas, Uras, all characters, you can get away with it. Being the warrior of light, you can get away with it. See? Look, Yildok can see over the dash while standing on the seat. It's fine. Min-height Uras definitely can't. Absolutely not. Min-height Uras absolutely cannot see over that dashboard at all. It's rough for Min-height Uras. You're so tall. Menu, you're so tall over here. Wait, do we know who this person is? Are they just confused that there's a lot of cars? I'm a mid-size higher, and you cannot see. You can't see it, Allie. Oh, a max height male Ura, and you are towering over. I wonder if this is at all confusing to this person. I hope not. It's just silly. We're just being silly. That's it. What in the world? When did... Oh, yeah! So the thing is... Humble. Elmo actually originally had both eyeballs in his hands, but I took it away. So he had both his eyeballs after we finished 3.2. 3.3. Actually, after 3.3 is when he had both eyeballs in his hands for a while, and then I took it away, and then I gave it back to him as a treat. I gave it back to Elmo as a treat. Since when has Elmo had Nidhogg's eye? Same brain. It's been here. Here, let me give him the other eyeball too. He deserves two, right? Not just one. I think eyeball number 2. Oh, one moment. We gotta fix it. I gotta flip it. No, wrong way. There we go. I hope this feels right. Elmo voice sloppy. The snowman signals the race. Okay, where are we racing to? Owls, is this you over here? I'm sorry, my party isn't bigger. I will get you in. Shall we all race to this location? Almost too powerful with both eyes. I'm a mid-height Ura. I'm tall enough to sit in the front seat. Don't question it. Hi, Elle. Okay. All right. You ready? Time to start the race. This is where we're going. I wish we could do... Should we do a countdown? Somebody started! Somebody started ahead! We're just being silly today. This is actually really funny. Doing a countdown and racing. Racing to where we need to be. But yeah, we're heading to the next little part where we need to do some questing. Yay! We did it! Good job, everyone! Oops! Ran over Yellfort! No! Yummy! No! Don't run over our friends! But why am I clapping for running over our friends? I hope you had some good rest yesterday, though. Yeah, because I know we ended up staying up a little late for all of us, but I hope you got some good rest. Okay, let's talk to Reen and Gaia, our girls. This time, those giant ants had a good sense to leave us alone on our way here. Seems they've learned their lesson. I don't suppose you fancy taking the helm this time. Taking the helm this time? Of course we don't mind. Wait, I'll pilot this time. Oh? I didn't realize you knew how. While you were off training, I was practicing with another sky slipper they had at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been pulling... Hardly. You've been pulling more than your own weight, and I wanted to do what I can to contribute more. So you two can sit back, relax, leave it to me. Oh, that's so cute! Gaia's driving us. She's gonna be our chauffeur. But also, this is a girls' trip. This is super cute. Well, Gaia's certainly kept that quiet. She's just full of surprises. Surprises, isn't she? Isn't she? It's so cute. There's no need to look so apprehensive, you know. Let's get going, shall we? Oh. I'll just take whatever. Oh, okay, it's just money. As long as it's not XP. Girls trip, girls trip. Girls only. Oops, sorry. This time Orange doesn't have to sit in the back. She's doing great. Oh, Rena's in shotgun. It's so strange suddenly seeing you at the controls. Why didn't you tell me you've been practicing? Or you'd been practicing. I thought I'd surprise you, that's all. They're so cute. Like, little surprises and thinking of each other, and then also like the surprise coffee biscuits for us. It was a surprise for us. Oh, they're so sweet. Well, consider me surprised. All this time, I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Reen! Bring that up again, and you can walk the rest of the way. Oh, hee. I'd best behave. I won't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. The festival? Are they planning to go to a festival together? I suppose this is the first you've heard of it. We haven't been exactly keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night sky has brought lots of changes, and while everyone is glad, the reality is it's also been quite stressful, having to adapt to a new way of life. Seeing how hard our elders have been working to keep the Crystarium running, youths like me came up with the idea of hosting an event as a way of expressing our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organizers. I'd be happy to help, provided I'm suitably compensated. I'd offer to help, but I think you have everything well in hand. I mean, the compensation could just be coffee biscuits, I'm sure. Provided I'm suitably compensated. I'm sure we say this in like a very like a silly fun way. I'd offer to help, but I think you have everything in hand. I doubt we could afford the services of a great hero such as you, but thanks for offering. If everything goes well, all you need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with this festival? What? What's that? I haven't been listening. My leg is cramping up a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I realized. Oh no. Then let one of us take over. Oh, she's fretting. Or fretting. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure, but if you feel like switching places, just say the word. They're so sweet and so silly. Crystarium Coachella. Who's gonna be the musical guest? No. How can this be? Oh no, the grass. The water is still there, but there's a lot less greenery. The crystal? I think that explains it. Oh. So it's like an orangey yellow, because it was blue last time, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Light. Does this mean there's too... Oh. Does this mean there's too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, but this might be a result of losing control. Losing control when you restored the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. Then we're right back where we started. This is my fault. It's not exactly right back. There's still tons of progress happening. Things haven't fully reverted. No, Reen, you mustn't blame yourself. Oh no! Is it the voice again? You have returned to me. Restore the darkness while you still can. Is it Eden? A familiar voice, an inescapable fate, the promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. In the remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. I really hope later on, we have heard her voice once, but I really hope later on we like hear more like voice dialogue from both of them too. Gaia's got AirPods on, she's locked in. You went too long without tending to the farm! You're so right. I didn't log in and go to the farm. When you log into Animal Crossing after 6 months and there's just weeds. But yes, there's a lot. Like, you can tell there's a lot more, like, it's not sand, but like the draining, like permeating through the land, I suppose. There's like more like of the sandy patches, I suppose. Yeah, the sandy patches. I feel like we're gonna have to go back into Eden at some point, though. How are you, Reen? It's been so long since Sky had one of her headaches that I thought the fairy might have disappeared for good. Do you think it's got something to do with Eden? I think so. Ooh, okay. Alright. Gaia appears to be conversating with the voice inside her head. Fear of the dark. It kind of looks familiar somewhere we've been before. Can't quite place it though. Restore darkness? What did you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness to the world flooded by light. Ah, that's it. We thought we restored balance to the 6 elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with light. If that's the case, maybe we can set things right by using darkness. By using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on, it might actually work. Gaia, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't go that far, but I just remember that I learned what I learned during our ventures. That's all. But this does mean you'll need to call. We'll need to call on your services again, if that's all right. If that's all right with you. Absolutely. Oh. We've come this far together, and we'll see our mission to the end, to Eden's core. I wish there was an orchestrion roll for this. For this song? Is there an orchestrion roll for this song? Which is like I know it's an overworld theme of a different Final Fantasy, but I forgot which one. I'm sorry, I forgot which one. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never stepped away from Animal Crossing for 3 years. I may have, honestly, I potentially have maybe deleted my Animal Crossing file at this point because I didn't back it up properly when I traded in my Switch, so it's fine. It's fine. What's the world thing from 8? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize you all can come in here too. I forgot about this. I guess you can only do it during the quest though. I was looking at the outfit, the fit. I'll say one thing before we start. If this all goes horribly wrong, don't even think about pinning it on me. Not that it will, of course. No, don't worry, Gaia. We trust you, and also we wouldn't do that. We trust her. We're doing our best here. Oh, the music again! Right, let's get started. But, were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. Primals aligned with darkness. With darkness? I don't know if Ultima would really count. I don't know. You mean there isn't one? Not that I recall. Not that anybody... I don't know. Not anybody, like, any... Okay, ice. Yeah, I guess not. The Asian's god Zodiark may be suitable, but we need something that Notice has actually encountered. Wait, and preferably defeated! Huh. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. I'm only thinking of Hades now. You may be right. What we ultimately need is a state of highly charged darkness. It shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, Notice? I mean, also that's true too. The flood of darkness, a bit of darkness. That was, I was also thinking that before too, because I was like, that's not a primal though. Like in the Crystal Tower, the flood of darkness. Ultima wasn't a primal. But I thought when they summoned Ultima, it was primal-esque or primal-like, wasn't it? Maybe not. Perhaps not. I dare say the flood of darkness had a fair bit of darkness. I know a few void scent that would fit the bill. So we're fighting the reimagined flood of darkness? You mean the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th? Oh yeah. Swallowed the 13th and turned it into a lifeless void? Might need something on the slightly smaller scale. A small void scent. Also, I want to write that down. Darkness. So that was the 13th. Some void scents then? Void scent? The cloud of dark. Oh, the flood of darkness. Oh, the cloud of darkness. I see. The cloud of darkness. I can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I'd say we found the perfect candidate. But, where to find a suitable place? One where darkness is strong. It won't be easy in a world flooded by light. Well, we've got the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. It seems like a good enough spot to me. But what about the light-aligned ether that's all around us? That's where you come in. You can suppress the light while we draw out the darkness. By combining our powers, we can make it work wherever we are. Combining our powers? No. Yes, between us, there's nothing we can't achieve. Don't be afraid, Gaia. Is she saying this to reassure herself? I feel like Rena's saying this to reassure herself. I'm not afraid, just very concerned that this will all go horribly wrong. Which is the same thing, I suppose. I mean, that too. She was a little nervous before. Anyways, it's certainly not easy coming up with these plans by ourselves. That's true. When this is all over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. Festival? What do you mean? We spoke about it on our way here, remember? I asked you if you wanted to take part. I was busy piloting the Sky Slipper, so I probably wasn't paying attention. Oh, well, not to worry. We can talk about it again. We can talk about it later. Right now, we've got a job to do. I'm just wondering, I hope that there's nothing going on with her memories. I mean, it did seem like that she was busy and occupied, but I'll draw out the ambient ether. And I'll shift its alignment to darkness. Oh boy, what is this gonna look like? Now notice, focus your thoughts. Memories of the cloud of darkness enshroud. Enshroud your mind. I was wondering when they'd bring back the puns. Eden's promise, Umbra. Okay. There's Ultima weapon, which probably shouldn't count. Although means Ultima is the High Seraph. I don't think she's dark. Okay, all right, that makes sense. I was just kind of like thinking and like wondering what we have faced, I suppose. But like she said, it didn't have to be a primal. I call forth real void scent before, so everyone tells me anyway. No, I've called forth real void scent before, so everyone tells me anyway. This is unknown territory for me. With you two by my side, though, I'm sure it'll work. This is the first time we've tried this since the disaster with Shiva. So I'd be lying if I wasn't nervous. Even so, I can't afford to waver now. They're coming up with such good plans. Party finder. For this one, I think we'll probably end up getting people in and out. Or look for my shoe. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. So today is E9 through 12, right? So E12 will be a random roll. E9 through 11 will be, well, whoever's available. And if you've done one and somebody has not done one, we are going to swap people in and out. And if there's enough space, people can do more than one. He isn't a primal. Yeah, he isn't a primal. I was just thinking of a trial. I think that's what it was. I was thinking of, trial, darkness, not primal. And I guess really we're trying to yeah, that makes sense. I was just thinking he's a lot of darkness is what I was thinking. Time to lock in? Yes. Okay, let me go outside. I like this. I like this song. Stifled by a vessel of flesh. Oh, where'd everyone go? Are y'all hanging out? Oh, y'all must be hanging out somewhere else. But I was gonna say, we can just do the first party as is, and then the second one we can get somebody get some other people in, unless people want to drop in and out. So yeah. So we are gonna be. I will warn everyone, we are gonna do this mine. Like, this will be mine, and yes, I can. Like I said, I can get people in and out, and the last one, E12, will be a random roll. I'm at work. Okay, no problem, Win. Well, just want to make sure everyone's still okay with this one. Like, an extra confirmation. This is... yeah, E9? E9. But he counted as a trial, right? I just hope to be in E10 and 11. I can jump up if someone wants. Okay, no problem. We can do that, Yilda. If that is your preference. I was waiting in the wrong place. Do you want in, Thistle? I can come if you need help. It looks like you have a lot of pals. So this is your account, right? I just want to double check and make sure. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna change your name in game or in Discord just to not Discord. What am I trying to say? in Twitch. So remember this is you. There we go. Chair? Occult chair? Thank you. Thank you for the chair. I appreciate it. Thistledown is your chocobo. I can pop in if you need a body. We are currently at 7. I will be playing White Mage, so if anybody can play Shield, if possible. I mean, we can do double White Mage. That probably doesn't matter that much. But we're just gonna do it mine. Wait, I have a question. I was gonna say, do Divine Benisons stack? I thought you've been playing Ninja. I have been enjoying Scholar. The thing is though, because it's my first time and because I'm doing it mine, so the first, I would say 3, the first 3 I ended up doing as Scholar, and then we realized some of the raids require more movement and reaction time, and I'm much better at reacting with White Mage, so therefore I'm gonna do White Mage instead of Scholar. And then when we redo them, I'll end up playing Scholar or something else in the future. Did you know in Japanese, you at the start, wait, no. At the start of a word is large, so that is large culture. London Joint has only reached the Stormblood recently. Okay, no problem. Hopefully, I mean, if you ever need help, Wolves, just give us a heads up in Discord. If you ever need extra bodies to help you out with any of the raid series. Hi, Tuesday. Did you want to come to this one? Any preferences? Also, Nita, do you have preferences as well? Some people are holding out and waiting a little bit as well. Yeah. I can do whatever. Okay. I can play Sage if you want. Okay, let me get an 8th. Let me get an 8th and we can figure out who goes in. I'm scared. I'm fine. We're fine. Okay, Nemo, I'm gonna get you in. Tuesday, I'll get you the next one, okay? I can play whatever needed. Okay, Terry, I can get you into the next one as well. This is our waiting area. This will be the waiting area whenever we end up doing going in. Okay, I will warn everyone. Remember, this is mine. This is min eye level, no echo. So it will be harder. Everything's gonna hit a little harder. Okay. Through balance, though balance had supposedly been restored to the 6 elements, it seems they're still strongly aligned in favor of light. To rectify this, you and your companions seek to call forth an embodiment of darkness, and by its defeat, restore life to the empty. Okay. Alright. Let me party check. Ready check. Excited for E10. It's my first Final Fantasy song? Really? Oh, I'm excited for that. I know the music is going to be incredible. Oh, should I put both earbuds in, actually? Maybe I should.
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
Gaia's voice! Yes, it is okay to die, and I probably will die. Oh my gosh! She is less cloudy. Is this how people remember her as?
Worked, Gaia. We've done it.
There's a heart on her forehead too? She's a lot smaller than we remember her. Slay. Can we do countdown? Also, I'm gonna... Smaller? Yeah, she looks smaller than her other form. She's inky. Her original form is from her game. Oh, I see, I see. Particle beam? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't have. I'm sorry, I don't have. I didn't have my shield. I used it by accident. Engulfing everything in our shadow? Empty plane? Okay. Oh, we changed. I wonder if it's gonna move. Wait, what does this mean? I'm so sorry. I have no clue what this means. Wait, what am I supposed to do? I have no clue what was going on there. Ooh. How? Oh, do I have to break the... Oh, I do. Oh, I think I'm into slow res. Okay. Oh, my bad. I see. I'm so sorry if I killed anybody. Oh no. Okay, okay. Just return to nothingness. Oh, frick, okay. Oh, is it one of each? Oh. We're back up. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Empty plane. We're going back to that other area, and I don't know what's going on in the other area at all. I'm glad that my my asylum stays up though. And now this happens. And there's a cloud. Oh my gosh. Oh no! Okay, I was not paying attention to that swipe. So, my bad for that. But I stayed up for pretty long. Okay. Thank you for the res. Okay, I'm gonna benediction myself. Oh, I need to move. We're fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. I'm thinking that, like, I don't have a res at the moment. Okay, I need to pay attention to her. Okay, we got LV3. I don't know if we should save it or not, or should just use it. I'm not facing that. I'm not gonna. Okay, so we're in here again, so we gotta, I think, so for this thing, I noticed, like, you shouldn't stand on it if it's, like, pink, I think. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, there's also these. Okay. I'm not using my lilies! Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Okay, didn't die to that phase. That's good. It's such a tiny space. I'm sorry, I don't have res again. Oh, oh. I think we can do this. I believe in us. We're so close. Okay, we did it. I knew it. We didn't have to get to the other phase. Okay, we're good. It's fine. But also, we did it. Yay! I only died once. That one didn't have as many complicated mechanics as some of the other ones, I feel like. Also, I was definitely, half definitely watching everyone else's movements, and I was half, trying to make sure to watch the boss. There wasn't anything behind us, which is nice. We can have a photo, yeah. Oh, there's stuff. I'll grade all of these. So it just goes away. We did it! The next one is your personal favorite, gasping like a fish out of water. Is ready for chaotic. I'm ready for chaotic now. The chaotic alliance raids. Like X-Death and Chaos were also playable. Oh, okay, we're talking about other stuff. Was she a playable character? Oh, really? She's fun. Oh, Cloud of Darkness. So the song, do you want to know where it's from? Yeah, where's it from? She's less green. Yeah, she's a lot less green than the, she's smaller and less green than the Crystal Tower version, I feel like. It feels weird. That said, the tile phases made me so nervous since they work slightly different in Chaotix they do. It's random battle music. I first heard this, I visited. Oh, that's so fun! A friend from high school, they started playing a random battle music. Yes, same story. Felt like a good warm-up for Dancing Green. That was your first mine run? It was much more interesting this time. Yeah, you have to go through all the phases. Look at us! Wait. Wow, look at us. We did it. Mimo's mid-spin. Also, those tiles have a timer. People are on. Yeah, that's what I was really worried and nervous about. But I realized, as soon as it went pink, I realized everyone kept moving. I was like, oh, okay, don't stand on pink. Or if it's on pink, move. Start moving. Yeah. We did it. We did it. The spins. To reset timer, no one should be on it. Okay. Yeah. That's what it's. I was really scared because I thought that was probably gonna kill me if anything was gonna kill me. I did get. I'm trying to remember the one time I did die. I think I was just on the wrong side, and I got swiped too hard. But I don't fully remember what it was though. But we did it. Okay. We'll make sure to get some more friends. We'll weave some people in and out for the next one, and the next one after that, and the fourth one will be a random, okay? You did get hurt by one of those big AoEs? Oh, that's what it was? Was it a big AoE and then the swipe or something? Thank you, by the way. I kept on misreading half the arena attacks. I was just on the right side. I just looked out. I also, so another cheat that I do is somebody who has done this before, or I know is probably familiar with the fight, I just mark them. So I marked Yami this time, and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't die, so it worked out well. She has to tell for half the arena. Yeah, I saw that. It was like the orange glow. So I was, very luckily, I was usually not on that side most of the time. I was too afraid most of the time to even use Ethereal Shift to begin with. There was a couple times where the reses were just unfortunate of like when to accept the res, and then you just got clipped because we couldn't, like, you couldn't like move fast enough to like the mechanic or anything like that, but yeah. Okay, all right, we did it. I'm gonna go talk to Gaia and Reen and see what they say. You should see the Savage version. This is comical. Well, I do plan to hopefully do one of the Savages of this Terry. I don't know which one, but that is the goal. I'll see you all in a little bit. So that was what the world flooded by darkness would look like. Oh, that's true. That is true. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, you have notice to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. You're fantastic, Gaia. Anyone would think that you're an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. Look at all this empowerment, this supportive, positive, like, relationship. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Let's go. Eden Savages are a really fun entry into hard content. Yes, I'm definitely excited to give it a try. Okay, more green. Ish. Maybe not. The plants are as lifeless. No, the plants are just as lifeless as they were before. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong. Oh, what is happening? What is this screeching sound? What in the world? Oh. Okay. I missed this for Pride. Wow. I can't believe I didn't do this in time for Pride. In fleeting hues and endless warmth, a gentle light washed over me. A glimmer of hope once lost. It's a really cool looking crystal though. It's really cool looking. Happy belated Pride! Pride crystal! Happy belated Pride! I'm still not sure what to make. I'm still not sure what the enormous crystal actually does or why it changes colors, but I'm sure it didn't look like that before. Pride year now! Happy Pride year! Happy Pride! That was cute. Shadows of the past. Oh. Gaia is more than a little vexed that your last outing did not result in greater changes in the empty. Oops. Oh. This is really interesting. This is definitely in Lakeland. But wherever this is, looks abandoned. We tip the scales away from light, I'm sure of it. But something's wrong. Very wrong. I honestly, that picture as well, it kind of makes me wonder about like that church that ended up like praying to the darkness after everything that has happened in the first. Oh. For 100 long years, I waited for this moment. I knew it. You've been hiding inside Eden all this time. Oh, what is happening? Oh my gosh, it's an Asian! Who are you? Go away! You've been hiding inside of Eden? And like, you're the voice in Gaia's head? Leave her alone! An Asian! I am Mitron, servant of Zodiark. Should we write this name down? Is this person's name important? Mitron? I'm trying to think, where am I gonna even write these notes? One moment, you have to wait. I have to write notes. I have to write notes. I'm Mitron, servant of Zodiark. The voice that has whispered to me all my life. Indeed, thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light. Prison of light? How did they get in there? Does that mean Eden was used to... Does that mean Eden was used to seal away an Asian? Wait. That is Eden. Wait, that is Eden. An Asian transformed into a Sin Eater. I've heard enough about Asians to know that they're nothing but trouble, but I never imagined one of them was behind all this. I thought restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your doing. Oh my gosh, where are they going? My freedom is so close. I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh which I am yet bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself. You've caused me nothing but pain. If I've helped you, it wasn't intentional. Even now, your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. In an age past, the world you know as the 13th was flooded by darkness. Like ripples in water, the repercussions were felt in the other shards, none more so than here in the first. It became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. Were light to consume the first, as did darkness the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void. Lost to our cause, we would not allow this mistake to be repeated. It was our duty to safeguard this world from the self-same fate. After a time, Emmett felt convinced of a plan to trigger a rejoining. Utilizing the very light we had labored to keep in check, tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. Oh my gosh. Was it him that convinced them? Or Mitron? At the last, we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, they're still strong. I can't talk today. I apologize. Let me try again. But at the last, we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still, and as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily to the rift. Until you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporal form, Ardbert struck me with a blade of purest light. And that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. Okay, so that's also what I was wondering as well. So that's what happened to that's what happened to Emmett. Struck with the purest form of light. But also, it's different because I'm assuming Metron was not. Metron is definitely sundered. But I don't know. It's something to take note, to keep in the brain. Eden, the first Sin Eater. So that's what happened to Metron, as in. Okay, all right. Wait, notes. I'm gonna take notes again, real quick. 1 second. New page, new day, new page. So Metron struck by, and then therefore became the first Sin Eater. Sin Eater, aka Eden. But also, I'm gonna write down that. I also wrote down, Emmett also got struck by pure light. Soul rift? I don't know. So Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agony as I've never known, and then I knew no more. In my instinctive state, and influenced by Arbert's fervent desire to banish darkness. Oh wow. I unleashed the world burgeoning within me. I unleashed the light burgeoning within me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. Oh my gosh, there is so much happening. So this is like more, like it clarifies more of what happened in the first, right? Wow. Okay, cool. The flood of light. So that was the flood. Wow. Wait. Okay, and then that was the flood of light. Yeah, I can see why y'all are saying that Eden probably should be mandatory. So the flood of light was unleashed by Metron, well, by this Ascian, right? Once turned into a Sin Eater. Light enveloped and twisting it beyond recognition. Wow. Okay. All right. All raids should be mandatory. A lot of the raids are really good. Honestly, if you did not do Heaven's Ward raids, if you did not do Alexander, you didn't know that time travel was possible. Time travel exists in this game, in this story. Super important lore. We gotta lock in. Okay. Like Crystal Tower. Yeah, I think it explains a lot more. I think you can get by in the story, but like you still miss like little bits and pieces, right? Yeah, I definitely think, yeah, Ivalice is like, it's a fun side stuff, but you do learn, okay. But so everyone in chat told me this, but like, apparently Emmett as Solus is the one who commissioned the theater, the flying theater, right? So that's it's a little fun tidbit to kind of connect back, like all the way back, like in the circle. I think I think they only need to do if they decide they need Gaia. The character requirement was pushed for Crystal Tower. I see, I see. And Omega should be mandatory due to Shadowbringers, Graha origins. I think there's a lot that also, like, you can relate back into the story, too. Okay. The Flood of Light. So that's how Senators came to be. All would have been lost, not for the one called Midphilia. Midphilia appeared, halting the light's inexorable advance. She saved what little still remains of the world. In the process, she also restored to me a silver of my consciousness. Though I remained trapped in my altered form, motionless, I was capable only of feeble whispering. Emmett Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Perhaps he could have. If such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. I do remember... I feel like I do remember, like, Mitron's name being, like, mentioned before as well. Or Mitron. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb the balance of ether. And so, here I remained. So after he failed, he left here to rot. Some friend he turned out to be. Gaia. He's on a mission, okay? We're not gonna talk about it. It's fine. He was on a mission. He agreed. Mitron agreed. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed like an eternity to the only soul who could save me. You, Gaia. All this time you were calling to me for help? Yes, but you had forgotten me. Forgotten our duty. Though vestiges of your true power remained, you could not wield it at all. Time went by, and eventually change came. The light began to subside, and the darkness of night returned. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. Is that why she lost her memories? You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure thanks to notice. Indeed. Thankfully, your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more ether aligned closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. Owing to your most recent efforts, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I'm able to project my image beyond those confines. Then all this time, we've been helping to free an ASEAN? That's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of this? Or any of it? What are you to me? Come with me to Eden's core. There, all shall become clear. Like, why is this Mitron's point? Like, yeah, we're trying to, like, figure out more and more of, like, why? Why did they even, like, reveal themselves in order to, like, get Gaia to realize whatever? Wait. No matter what, though, we'll be here for both of them. We'll be here for Irene and for Gaia. I have a bad feeling about this, but if we want to restore the land, we need to know what we're dealing with. I just realized something. If Eden had been absorbing all that rebalancing ether, that must be why we're struggling to restore life in the empty. I suppose we can think about that later, though. If Eden is destroyed, that means things should go back to normal? More importantly, it seems like I've lost control over Eden, most likely because of the ASEAN. Orange specifically warned me about not listening to the fairy's honeyed words, so we better think this through before we go rushing in. Oh, if only he and Thancred were here now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Gaia. I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. I think she just needs reassurance. What? No, what? No, that's not what I meant. Who are... No! Who are Orange and Thancred? Her memories... It's so weird because she initially had lost her memories, like showing up, right? And then as she's getting closer and closer to revealing what her memories are, she's losing her memories she made with us. What if she loses her memories about Reen? And us too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait. I know those people. I'm sure of it. But why can't I remember them? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what's happening to Gaia? I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. It was as though you had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Damn it all. What's more is that fiend is going to take them? What more is that fiend going to take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me the most is that you might forget about us. Oh. Then we have to stop Mitron. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make... Oh my gosh. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make 2 more together. That is so sweet. No. Oh, it's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. She'll get her old memories back, and then she'll get more. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Orange and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all a jitter, so I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. Oh my gosh. What a line. I know, right? Oh my gosh. Orange is probably the most intelligent person I know. He spends a lot of time reading. But he also says that you can't learn everything from books and encourages me to go out and see the world for myself. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about someone else's. Like those coffee biscuits. No book could ever describe how good they taste. Are we having milk or coffee and coffee biscuits? Is there anything else that you can tell me about Hypnotis? He is devoted to studies of prophecies. I want to do both. He can walk on water until he can't. I want to say this one. So he walks on water instead of swimming? That would certainly save you from getting wet. I should have asked him how to... I should have asked him to teach me how. Well, that's something he's never quite mastered himself. But he often ends up getting wet anyway. In fact, the whole thing is probably more trouble than it's worth. Oh, they're so cute. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Yolmor. At first, I thought of him as my knight in shining armor, but really, he was much more than that. He traveled all over Norvrant, and then he helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. Oh my gosh. He's also an his gift for song won the heart of many a fair lady. Or he's so classy. So he could sing as well. Oh, honestly, just like, it's so nice to see like Reen talk about Thancred in such like a very like heartwarming, like affectionate way, because like I'm sure she's always thought of him like, you know, being her savior and everything, but they had such a rocky relationship for so long because he wasn't willing to talk about things and he was still very much, I don't even want to say in denial, but he was just not processing things. But when they finally understood that like things needed to change, like she came out of her shell so much. Do you remember the Reen, the Minphalia, who was always like, her arms are just like near her chest all the time, she's always so nervous, and now here she is, she has a new friend. I'm not gonna he's a gift for song. We're gonna do this one too. He's a gift for song and won over a many fair lady. Singing? That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound like the Thancred I know. It seems he has a way with words. This must be how he was able to choose such a pretty name for you. Oh my gosh! Oh. This game. Oh my goodness. They're so cute. Actually, while we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belongs to Thancred. As far as mementos go, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together. Even though there's a little chance I'll ever see him again, it still feels like he's here with me. Keeping your memories close. Oh. I wonder what that that sound was. Wait, did she make the necklace into a bracelet? You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I have something to look back on. That's a brilliant idea. Since we're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too? As long as you improve your improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it. I'd like your entries to be as vaguely legible. No, entries to be vaguely legible if you don't mind. Reen is canonically has terrible handwriting, but also it would make sense though. Like imagine like her being holed up in Yulmore all that time, then protecting her, but not actually like letting her flourish or anything. They're stunting her growth, but like yeah, like how much has Reen been able to ever like write or like read and everything? And like when did she even like learn to do that? If they even allowed her to do that at all. Maybe they did, maybe to like a very like basic degree, but who knows? Haha, of course, your ladyship. But before that, we've got an Ascian to deal with. Let's get this over with. Oh my gosh. But okay, so Gaia's memories. She doesn't remember. So it's Gaia's memories, but it seems like as we are giving more power to Mishran, it does seem like her memories are fading. We're not criming. We don't crime. What a line. Menu. I need to ban that phrase from chat. What's the world today? Oh yes, we are in Sark. All Ascians are Theor kids. Check out. Checks out. Yeah, the line about Solus commissioning it was at the start of the Evilise Read story. Ah! It's so fun. I love it though. I think the link to, let's see. Yeah, the Cloud of Darkness has legs. It feels very weird. I feel betrayed. I thought I thought the Cloud of Darkness and I had something in common where we don't have legs, but apparently she does, or whatever. Don't let Shola hear you say that. No, don't let Stola hear you say that, though, Reed. Orange being overly dramatic. Never. Time to roast the dads. He's a spoony barb. Bard, not barb. Hi, Broccoli. Gaia also taking notes. She's starting a diary. They're starting a diary. Our little ninja has doctor handwriting. My headcanon is that she learned to keep notes from Orange, but he's also bad to balance out his speech. She learned to keep notes because to... Oh, that's cute. I like that. I like that headcanon as well. She's like scribbling her notes in order to like keep up with Orange's lectures. I love that. That's cute. Oh, my girls. It was good to hear about our friends. It was good to hear about our friends, but I have no recollection of them whatsoever. It's surprising that it's not even lingering. It's just like all those things Mitron was saying. How can I even tell if they're true or not if I don't remember? There's no point on dwelling on it though. Nothing for it but to press on. When I think back on the days I spent with everyone, it's always the tiny frivolous details that springs to mind. The smiles, the little gestures. Sorry, the smiles, the little gestures. It's not as though I made a conscious effort to remember them, but they stuck with me all the same. I suppose that's what memories are, a collection of all those seemingly insignificant moments. While they may not have made a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, they mean the world to me. I will say it's like it means the world for her, but then also because most of her life she's been locked away, right? It is her world. Like that is a lot of what she knows. And it's definitely not insignificant. Those are very important to her. Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Reen is a teacher's assistant. Oh. Reen, honestly, Reen has been really like keeping with her studies and everything. She's been really keeping up with her studies and like and she's like really studious too. I think it's really interesting to think about it as well because the twins got, an education because, money, family, everything. They got the best education they could. But like Reen has really like learned a lot of hands-on things, and she's just more recently just been studying more and more. And I love that little scene at the very beginning of when we got into Ilmeg to visit Orange, about how Orange like lent her books or like gave her books to read, and especially if they are like, since they were on the run, like running from Ranjit for so long, right? That like they don't have a lot of time to stop and to like collect things or buy things. So it's like nice for her to have stuff, right? Did you find your son? No, I didn't open up a pack today. Reen definitely reads and comprehends on a college level. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think that probably helped with like Orange, like, maybe she was able to have books. I'm sure maybe like in Yulmore she was able to have books, but like only books that they probably allowed her to read, because with having somebody like controlling somebody, like limiting sources or flows of information is really crucial, right? So like not really being able to like dream outside of such confines. I imagine that she didn't have nearly anything as accessible as what they have in the Crystarium or even where Orange was. Okay, so go to Eden's core. It's time. We came as you asked, so start talking. Why settle for mere words when I can offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past. More than a glimpse, in fact. It'll be as real as any of the foes you yourself have conjured forth. Conjure forth? Wait, you don't mean performing a summoning? You don't mean perform a summoning, do you? Is it? Are they gonna do a summoning? Something? I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Arbert and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. Just as Emmett Silk recreated the final days of Amarant. So who will play the part of Arbert? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're making us. Is that so? It seems much and more has occurred during my absence. No doubt he employed creation magics to breathe life into his recollections of the past. And what do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see. You shall remember. Now, your very soul will revisit that faithful day 100 years ago. Was she there 100 years ago? Until recently? But he does say her soul. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. No. Reen. Oh my gosh. Okay. Reen. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now. I won't let anyone take that away from me. My will is my own. You have no hold over me. This is all you're doing. Accursed minions of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. This is wild. That sounds exactly of why, like, Reen was taken away. Not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of the poisonous influence and keep her safe. That is so interesting that they both are having kind of similar past in that regard. We have to go rescue Gaia! No! My girls are getting separated! What have you done with Gaia? Nothing yet, but soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present before you. Ugh. He needs to go away. Leave us alone. Oh, Reen. I'm so sorry, Reen. I'll give. Oh my gosh, the gunblade. I didn't even notice it there whenever we came to the camp either. Reen. I knew it was risky trusting an Asian. We played right into Mitron's hands. We'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. Not even, like, entertaining the other part, too. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Although we're apart, we'll fight as one. Together, we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. It looks like Mitron's grip on Eden has loosened somewhat. Perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of a memory in the history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia's counting on us. litany? Okay, I just wanted to write a little note. Like, the way that Mitron is treating Guy is similar to Ranji and Reen. Okay. We're fine. I wish I knew more about the Shadowkeeper. Then at least we'd be able to better prepare. All I can say is, please be careful. Shadowkeeper! Okay, who is Shadowkeeper? It's been 0 days since an Asian kidnapped one of our friends. Ugh. I'm tired of this, Grandpa! This is why we crash Asian parties for fun and profit. It's true. It's true. Typical nonsense. Did you? Yeah, we did find our son. Gotta go back outside. I will probably end up playing an ad before we go into this as well, and we will do this mine. Oh, Terry was not in this one yet. Oh, wait! Oh, sorry. Nia hasn't gotten anyone yet. Can I join for completion? We might have enough for a second group, or I can redo it afterwards as well. I can read it again if you're down for it, because I think it'd be kind of fun. But I think we might have a second group who might be willing to do it with you as well. It's been 0 days since Asian connect friends. Okay, wait 1 second. I mean, do we? Let me count. 1, 2. I can do second group. Okay, thank you, Nina. Wait. Tuesday, I'm gonna give you this really quickly. All right. I'll be right back. Surrey, would you be willing to go second group? Kiwi, are you still here? Allie, would you be willing to do second group as well? I want to ask before I end up making a full party again. Yes? Okay. Let's see. Anybody else want to do another group and get a second chance point? We have 2 groups going on kind of at the moment. Oh, so yeah. Does anybody else want to join in? You will get a second chance point as well. I'm passing on this one. Okay, no problem. If I can get into Sarg, yes. Okay. If you can't get into Sarg, I'll just add you from Cross World Party as well. I can second group. Just a minute. Okay, no problem. I'll go ahead and add you whenever you get a chance. And Gnome, if you can get to any of the Ether ones, I'll add you to it. All right. Sarg was opening, transferring. Okay. Notice looking in the link shell. Oh, sorry, I was not looking in link shell. Nonsense is happening in link shell is what I'm seeing. Getting materia explained in Hello Kitty Island terms is what's happening, apparently. Anyone want second chance points? They're made to be silly. They are 100%. Which one is this one called? This one is called Litany. This is E10. I am coming back to the other one, Shio. Yes. I'm gonna be doing that one mine. I know. I'm just trying to invite as many people as I can before I go back. I'm good? Okay. Soraya's back. So this party has 6 people. I mean, that's pretty good. I don't know if there's anybody else who is... You'll die. You are in my party already. You're already in my party. Thank you. No problem. I think that's all I am able to recruit at the moment. I think. Hopefully you'll be able to just, if you have any other friends, here, I'm gonna give you party lead now, okay? Okay, Tuesday. Please party lead. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't think Kiwi's up. Kiwi, are you awake? You might be able you might be able to convince Kiwi if Kiwi is available. I have both. Thank you, Nia. Good luck on the queue. Oh, see, you're already in. You're gonna be done before me. Okay. So Litany, the Ascian Mitron appears before you and not only reveals the true nature of Eden, but also claims to share a past with Gaia. The shadowy visitor lures you into Eden's core, where Gaia is spirited away. To have any hope of rescuing her, you must comply with the Ascian's demand to reenact the faithful battle between the Warriors of Light, and Shadowkeeper. All right. Oh, they already left. I'm so sorry. They already like queued in randomly and they were able to get in. Maybe for the next one. Okay. Also, we do have 3 healers. Yes. Please, can I heal? I would like to heal, please. No, you must craft? No, I don't wanna. Also, did you want to, do we just want to do, we can, yeah, I don't know, just, I guess it really doesn't matter. We're just doing it mine. I was gonna say we can, did we want to do a shield and a pier, or we can do double? You might die a lot. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. Somebody can rescue you. Probably not me, because I don't know the fight. Alright. Eden's Promise lit. Yeah, this is mine, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
This all took place 100 years ago.
What is this?
What does it have to do with Gaia?
The Shadowkeeper. Oh my gosh. It kind of reminds me of Cerberus, but embedded heads and mouths. Well, and I guess like more for less. This does look like an enemy we faced before. Shadowkeeper looks like one of the Light Wardens we fought, but I'm not sure. Oh, it's a paid storm mount? I see, I see. Also, very pretty. It's very pretty here. 100 years ago. Okay, should we do a countdown? I have it. You've seen it from me. Oh, I don't remember. I'm so sorry. I don't remember mounts at all. Also, Super, where are you at in the Eden raids? Also, welcome in. Okay, I need to lock in. I'm sorry. I'm realizing I think I'm a little hungry because I'm not like paying attention. I got it. Oh my gosh. What? Things are happening and they're very loud. One moment. I can't hear anything.
Super View gave Timer Chan $150. Diggs tail. Don't worry, Timer Chan. Hope has arrived.
Sorry, one moment. I can't risk that. Thank you. Okay, sorry. My brain. Thank you so much, Super. I really thank you so much. I am trying my best to lock in. Thank you so much for the donation. Okay. 2 circles. I see. Left. Okay. I see. I'm trying so hard to lock in. Oh, I did not mean to holy. Oh, My bad, my bad, my bad. I should have moved better. Okay, so it's going to be is it the circles? No, no, it's not the circles. This first one is behind. And then you move, then the oh. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna have to slow res this. Did I get clipped? I got clipped. Shame. What a shame. It doesn't kill you the first time. Fade to shadow? Oh, oh. Okay, I'm gonna go on this side though. But it's those two circles. Wait, no? Oh no! I went to the wrong side, I made it, but I went to the wrong side though. Oh, somebody rezzed it. Oh, dang. Sorry. This one is definitely rough. You move a lot in this one. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a res right now. Why is the orange color so light on this background? Sorry, tanks. I don't have a res, I'm sorry. I already have LB3? Oh, that's my bad. Tuesday, you better LB3. Blind chat. Look away! Wait, which side? Wait, no, wrong side, wrong side. No, I died. No, I'm sorry. I laughed too much. I wasn't paying attention. I did so well. Oh no, I'm so sad. I did so well. Following Tuesday. Let it be known that I would have been okay if I didn't last. Ah, sorry. No, sorry. I was not paying attention. I'm sorry. I was doing so great until I yelled LB3. Okay. Those don't count, okay? Those don't count. Thank you. I gotta lock in again. Why am I not locking in? I had to, I'm sorry, I wasn't locked in. I wasn't locked in after I started laughing. They're flashbang out. Sorry, I need to pay attention. Things are happening. What happened? Sorry, it was really funny. I should have just LB3'd. I shouldn't have waited for anybody else to do it. I only did good because I picked somebody to follow, but we'll have to do this. We'll have to redo this in Discord, and then I will learn properly how to do it. Which I did understand a little bit more. I just couldn't tell which of the 3 wolves to do, and I understood the lines because you needed to be on the other side of them because of the circles that were forming, so I got that. I self-sabotaged. I killed myself because I was laughing too much. I've done the savage too many times to get tripped up. I wonder when we'll do the savage together, Nia. Inside you there are 3 wolves. And those are the 3 wolves. I'm so sorry, see, I didn't mean to. I did yell like it's gonna happen. I did tell Tuesday to to LB3. So there was a warning. Sneak, wait, no. I feel like I would know it better if these raids were on content, but it was still in Stormblood. That makes sense. The fight is rough because you need to read all the attacks to avoid the fake out positions. Yeah, I'm really excited to do this one in Discord in the future. I think I would have easily followed y'all perfectly. I would have followed you all perfectly if I was paying attention. Okay, where's my we did it! G-pose! Can somebody, oh dang it. No, the chests are still here. We can't see somebody. Let me have to back out. Somebody, everyone roll on the items, please, so we can take a picture. Thank you. Notice if you want a specific emote, pick one now. Yeah. I did Joy. Yeah, we did it! We did it! That was so funny though. I was doing so great. It's really pretty back here, though. Oops. It's kind of bright here already. Oops. We cat in... Wait, no. Huh? The music scroll here has dropped like 500k? Oh, we got 2 cats. Yeah, not 2 cats. I mean, I meant got, not 2 cats. Oh, cat. We got Cat Evans in the party. Yeah, the outfit. I really like the outfit. It looks good. I have been wiped on this one by an Red Mage LV3 before. Well, we didn't wipe. We just needed to recover a couple times. All was good. I can barely see them. Sorry, this is really funny. Okay. Well, I know this is probably gonna be a cutscene after this, so I am actually going to play a quick ad really quickly because I need to go to the restroom, and I'll go grab some grapes, and yeah, let's go. I think there might be a cutscene right after. Evil AoE colors for this fight. Truly, oh my gosh. Why was that orange? This orange barely shows on this yellow. Am I white? Like, that's right? Like, I'm not going crazy. Like, the orange feels like it barely shows up on this yellow. Yeah? Okay. I am so sorry to anybody who has any, like, colorblind issues or anything. That's why I died so much. I was just following the pact. I was like, I can see it. I recognize it. But then, like, it's like so shallow. Like, it's so washed out. It's so washed out. It's evil. But I guess you have to memorize it, basically. Oh, Gaia! She's here! Oh no, Gaia. I love this arena though. No, it's so pretty. It looks really, I love how like deep these colors are. This like teal color. Also, like this music just reminds me of Emmett. Every time I hear it, it just reminds me of him immediately. Okay, I'll be right back. I am going to go to the restroom really quickly. I'll play an ad real quick, and then we'll continue, and we'll do E11 and E12. And yeah, I believe in us. Also, Party 2, I hope you all are good. I know it was chaos for everyone. It was chaos in every group. Both healers got KO'd, but I hope you all were able to go through. But it's so much AoE spam. The oranges area sucks. It's so bad. And I feel like I see colors perfectly fine, I think. But I hope they fix that. I hope they eventually fix the colors in there, because that's so washed out. My eyes. Yeah, I need to also use tomes. Oh, frick. Should I? I'm thinking, should I go use my tomes now? No, I'll use my tomes after. I'll use my tomes after before we do the next battle. Because I need to go by, I don't know. It's level 80 something. And look at the colors of the fight anymore. I've just given up for the AoE. It's that bad. Gonna have some dinner, hopefully beg back for some Gamba. Yes, sounds good. I'll make sure to ping you for Gamba too if I don't see you. The Savage is a time. Is it even faster than what you do in that one? Or is it even more mechanics? If you want a specific emote now. Okay, emote now. Pick one. And then got 2 cats. Party 2 lost. Party 2 wiped. You eventually cleared it, right? We did tanks only for a bit, but then I looked at the health and realized I would have been another 20 minutes if we didn't wall. Do you want help? I don't know if I'm any better, but do you want help from when I come back? Do you need extra help? I'll join in and do the second one too. Wait, okay, we cleared poll 2. Okay, okay, as long as you cleared. That was the biggest thing. And looked at the health and it would have been 20 minutes. 20 minutes for a tank only. Okay, alright, alright. I'm glad you all cleared it. Thank you for helping, by the way. I really appreciate you all. You got your second chance points. I'm gonna take my break real quick. Yeah. Break time, let me go get a snack and we will continue. Oh, there's even more people. Okay, look at Elmo hold the eyes. The Nidhogg eyes. Enjoy. We were jinxed by going before you. Dude, I know, he has more power. Man, maybe I should add more eyes over time. That actually would be really funny. We have to just guess how many eyes happen. Super, why did you sub during that? That was so chaotic. Not sub, donate. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for gifting or donating like so many monies. Like $100. Everything is so... 150! Super. Thank you. Thank you so much. Timer Chan's backed up to 6 hours. Okay, we're finishing tomorrow. Timer Chan's retiring tomorrow. It's happening. It's happening. I'm gonna stream Monday. I'm doing it. I'm streaming Monday. She's gonna retire by this holiday weekend, okay? I got grapes. Was the music too quiet? I feel like the music's actually kind of quiet. We hit stream 7 days a week? Only if there's a holiday weekend. Okay, no problem. Yes, please get something to eat out. Allie. I turned it up a little bit. It just might be loud in my earbuds. She has 1 day from retirement. Somebody keeps making her work overtime, so she can't retire. Okay. I need to double check with healers in the future, whoever I'm co-healing with. I will heal first as White Mage. And then... yeah, I will heal first as White Mage. And I will go bottom to top if there's multiple people. Whoever co-healer is, will start from top to bottom. Yeah. If we only have one swift cast, we're raising the Reser. If we have one. Sorry, because I know we overlapped some rises there. And that's my own fault. I should have mentioned it earlier. Maybe I need a macro. Like, something about me rising? Yeah, no problem. You're absolutely good. I was up most of the time, so that wasn't a problem. What are you eating? Grapes? Sad, sad grapes. That were not the best quality. But I did my best. I washed them in like water and vinegar and like dried them off and everything. I also have some strawberries I need to wash, actually. I have a salad in the fridge that I want to eat soon. I think I'm going to take a food break, like a real food break, after E11. That was E10, right? Yeah, it was E10. So, yeah, after E11, we'll do a real food break, and I will have my salad. What's everyone having for dinner or lunch? All right, gotta lock in. Why does this all... okay, so why does this all seem so familiar? Ugh. So we ended up finding the Shadowkeeper, right? Was that the enemy? And like, yeah, okay, so I do wonder why. So Gaia says it feels very familiar. Let's talk to Reen. Mitron's returned Gaia to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. Shadows of the past. The Warriors of Light, the Shadowkeeper. I've seen this all before. Yes, and you and I joined our powers as one to create the Shadowkeeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Is Mitron trying to say that Gaia is an Ascian? Or a fragment of an Ascian? Joined our powers to create the Shadowkeeper. Okay, well, I don't... Our powers? Our power? So I was there. I wasn't alone. No, Gaia, it's not true. It can't be. How could you have been there 100 years ago? Look deep inside. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories and embrace who you truly are. Worthless? Now I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Okay. Is he trying to brainwash her or something? I almost like my other thoughts was a more serious accusation in terms of word choice, but we can discuss that later. Just so, and now I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will finally be complete. You have no right to deny me a life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, this is where I belong. Oh. Then you would turn your back on our glorious path? No. Then you would turn your back on our glorious past? On the lives we once lived? Oh my goodness, this is so deeper than you initially think. Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live in the here and now, striving to build a better future. And I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. It's also very interesting as well because, like, technically, from what we understand, especially what we understood in, like, 5.0 and beyond, like, all the souls out there, right, are just sundered or just fragments of what was whenever the world was whole. And, like, so it's really interesting. So whoever's like Gaia's soul is potentially is somebody Metron did know and worked with and I guess cared about. But, you know, her being her own person, it doesn't like her past doesn't define her to her present, or doesn't like shouldn't have to tether her. So that's very interesting. This is very, very interesting as well. I wonder if it's almost like a preview of what's to come, of like what would you like, because I feel like that is like a really it's a really like potentially impactful storyline, especially like with this line as well, to be reunited at long last only to be shunned. Would that I had died with you, to be reborn. Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. I'm sick of your riddles. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the warriors of light as one, joined in body and soul. When Arbor struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned a far worse fate. Oh my gosh. So it's similar to what happened with Iggy and La Habrea in terms of, I'm assuming how they like formed as one. And okay, it's like slowly coming back, because I do remember Emmett mentioning Mitron, right? So I'm assuming I think it was Mitron was the one who was in charge of this world before Emmett came and, you know, did the Vothri thing and started like meddling essentially, or just, like taking over, because Mitron was turned into Eden basically. Oh my goodness, I did not think that this was where it was gonna turn in terms of the story at all. That's so interesting. Wow, okay. My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. Absolutely not. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom, to be trapped and alone for 100 years. I can't begin to imagine the pain you must have felt. But that doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. Reen, always the empathetic, our empathetic queen. Okay, alright. We once knew happiness, true happiness, until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one. My memory is yours, together, all for eternity. Oh my gosh, it is so twisted! It is so twisted! He can't do that to her. The darkness, it's rising within me. Oh my gosh. That mark. Because we know that Asians have like the ability to take over people's like bodies and stuff. What is this? Why am I? Or I guess at this point he's trying to like awaken like part of her soul or whatever. I don't know. Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. You mustn't give in. Does she even remember she's Gaia? Don't tell me. Who are you? No. Oh, Reen. Yes. Now nothing will keep me from you. No, keep you from me. I'm yours, and you are mine. Oh, Gaia! Bro, this is not okay. You can't just force somebody. Oh my gosh, to fuse Asian Prime? That's not okay. You're doing this against her will. That is not essential. Oh my gosh. We are one. We remember. I feel like if she does remember, I feel like she would break free though, right? Hopefully. So it's true. Gaia really is a reincarnated Asian? Okay, but also like we kind of like depending on what you say what an Asian is and everything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because that's not who she is now. The girl you once knew is no more. The Asian who held the seat. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Gaia was one of the 14 as well. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Logrith, that's a familiar name. Sorry. So, the girl you once knew is no more. The Asian who held the seat of Logrith is all that remains. Gaia is her true name. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Wow. So I'm okay. All right. Gaia is her true name. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh, Logrith, how long has it been? How long have I dreamt of this day? Is that you, Mitron? Forgive me, I don't recognize you. In my defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a bit hazy. Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is distorting to have everything change around you. Even so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul, and I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. I could never forget you, try as I might. But tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit my memory may need refreshing. We served together as members of the Convocation of the 14th, dedicated to the summoning of Zodiark. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Elidibus. Okay, I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that this is in the event log later on, so I can like go back and read it. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side. My loyal protector. But in the end, it was vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. So I heard from Emmett Selk. We labored to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so I can play my part. Our part. Alone we struggle, but by joining our powers, by joining your powers with mine, we may yet succeed. My power? You're always one for flattery. She feels very hesitant. But also, I mean, if her memories just started coming back, right? It's reasonable to be a little skeptical and a little like wary and like unsure. Oh, I assure you, I'm quite sincere. It would be my honor to serve the cause alongside you, and I shan't take no for an answer. The honor is mine. For as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me, my inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Romance in the Asians? I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you wherever you may be. Okay. All right. And I will come running. It is very sweet, but they are different people. This is truly side quest dating sim. 100%. Side quest heavy lore to MSQ. Related to MSQ. I wonder if Reen had also seen this as well, right? Because we both had the echo. We were destined to find each other. To awaken our buried past and be born anew. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them, such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last, you have awoken. Now, the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was. Let Gaia go! You're not worthy to speak that name. If you must call her anything, use the name chosen by her parents. If you even know what that is. No. To me, her name is Gaia. And that's nothing to say about her. And nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Ascian. She's my friend. Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries. We won't give up on her. We'll break the shackles that bind her. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. Accursed servants of light, you will not tear us apart again. Reen! What is this? Visions in my mind? A summoning? All your hopes and fears turned against you. There's no escape from your past. Oh no. Is he making a primal out of her memories? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this is this is just an optional. How is this just optional? Okay. Okay. All right. So there's so many notes I need to take right now. There's so many things. Man, I wish I had remembered the two Ascians that were in charge of this world before Emmett. I was like, this fate sounds vaguely familiar, but oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, even if it is the soul of your prior loved one, it does not mean that you can just take their soul if they don't want to be with you. You can't just merge with them even if they don't currently care or want to be with you or reunite with you. If they want to, that's a different story. That's not okay. She... You can't just convince her. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright. Let me write this down. So we learned a lot. So Shadowkeeper was made by... okay, so... I don't even know how to spell her name correctly. Okay, let's do this. By Metron. And honestly, finding out that she was one of the 14. Oh my gosh, my brain! It's fine. I'm fine. I'm like so normal and fine. Locker? Okay, so I'm fine. So they were part of the 14th. Another very interesting thing. I have to rewatch this. But did I perhaps count 14 seats in space in the Ascian territory, even though one defected? Was that 14 or was that 13? I don't know. I'll have to watch that cutscene back again. Okay. So her title was Hlockrith. But her true name is Gaia. So interesting. So we know two true names, and they're both of, I believe, is it Greek mythology? Yeah, Greek. So we got Hades and Gaia. And I feel like it probably, I'm assuming, I mean, we'll see. Do not confirm or deny. We'll probably see maybe in the future. We'll probably learn more. This is not the last of the Ascians. We know that. You know why? Because Fandaniel's like running around with Xenos right now. And we like, I don't think I like him. I'm not sure if I like him right now. He is very dramatic, and I think that's kind of funny though. I kind of like that part, but like I think he's a little unhinged, and that scares me a little bit. So I don't know what to do about that. I know frickin' Daniel, that guy. So her true name is Gaia, and then so Metron and Gaia were... This is gonna be so interesting because I almost want to like go back and look at the crystals again. Look at the crystals and like look at the crystal like little blurbs that we saw in Amarant. And then I'm wondering at some point, like in this quest line, I wonder if we'll end up getting one of the like the constellation or one of their crystals, like as a to kind of confirm which one or who is who. I'm hoping for that. I'm really hoping for that. It's just also so interesting as well, like that we know, like we've heard these names before, but now we actually know more of the backstory of who each of the part of the 14th are, right? So like we know Emmett, Azim, we know Elidibus, La Habrea, Logrif, Metron now, that's 6. I'm assuming Van Daniel might be another one as well, so that's 7? I feel like there's probably some more that I'm missing, but I'll have to go back and comb through some of the dialogue or like some text I've gotten through. Okay, all right. Sorry, my brain right now. Drama from Van Daniel, perish the very thought. But also, like, when Ring says it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's an Ascian. Of course it doesn't. Like, she's her friend right now, and she knows who Gaia is. A reincarnated Ascian. That's also really interesting as well. So, if Metron's soul was stuck in Eden, and then Gaia's soul was... or Logrif's soul got reincarnated, right? Reincarnated to Gaia's soul. And then Gaia isn't even the name that her parents gave her, it is her true name. True name. Okay. So might have... Okay, so this is... So there was banter back and forth between Logrif and Metron. And even though I was kind of like, it does seem like they truly did care for each other, right? They did have affection for each other. So I think that is true. I don't think it was like... I believe that. I do believe that like at some point in time they did care about each other. All right. It was a little bit romantic, it's true, but I'm not supporting this ship. This is not my ship. I refuse to get on. Sorry, taking more notes. So Gaia probably was just living in Yulmore with her parents the entire time until her parents... Vothri, sorry. Until her parents got ascended, right? Her parents got ascended and she was left alone. And then he kept on whispering to her, trying to like essentially wake up her memories. But also Reen being so empathetic. Being so empathetic to him. I can't imagine the pain you must have felt. Being trapped and alone for 100 years. Okay, alright. Asian Prime. Also, your Hear Me Out is Asian Prime menu? Asian Prime is your Hear Me Out? Two literally become one. The reincarnated lovers trope goes— yes, exactly, Ryo. The reincarnated lovers trope goes wrong. Like, I love a reincarnated lovers trope when it goes right, but this goes wrong though, because like, you can't— you have to accept that like, the past isn't always going to be what you want, or the future is— the current. Whatever happened in the past will not always fully reflect what is in the present. Welcome to How Is This Side Content Club? Oh yeah, 100%. I was already on this boat when we did coils. 100% on this boat when we did coils, but like, this is even more. Why is this side content? Okay, so then this part. Destined to find each other and awaken our buried past. Bahamut Prime! Hear me out, Bahamut Prime! With our brethren and play crystals. He decided to fuse. Nothing you will say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Asian. She's my friend! She's my friend! I ship Mitron and my boob. Yeah. Sounds great. Was your friend, never again to answer your cries. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. We're taking Gaia back. Visions in my memory? Okay, and then now I think he's trying to essentially like summon her Reen's worst fears. Is I think what's happening now. It is still wild. It's still so wild to me right now, as well. I need to make a running log of the names of all the Asians we know. I need to have a page of just Asian names of like what their titles are, and then also their if we find their true names or not. So that'll be very interesting. So yeah, very neat, very interesting. My brain feels so smushed, but also she doesn't want to be. She does not want to be. She doesn't want to fuse with him. She doesn't want to be an Asian Prime. She doesn't. I know. And it like I almost feel sympathy for him because it's like, oh, you know what? Like we made this. Oh man, and dang it, promises. These promises. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. So he's only trying to think about like the promise that he did make to her, that the current her is not her, so you shouldn't do this. And it's like, I don't know, my brain. It's fine. It's fine. Generic, I do live. Yes, generic. I do live in America. I am American. Unfortunately. I say that with many conflicting feelings. Concern. The idea of joining MSQ. Wait, no. The idea of enjoying MSQ, then never doing other stuff, then always leaves me. You're missing out so much delicious juice. I'm not shipping them. Lawgriff did make Mitron promise. Exactly. That's the other thing that's like really conflicting because there was a promise. But also, you have to listen to them now. Like, learn how to take no for an answer. I don't like Michon though. Tip of the iceberg goes all the way down to Yellow Quest. I really need to do more Yellow Quest. I will say I'm bad at that. I've been bad at not doing my Yellow Quest, but I really want to get more of them or do more of them in the future. Okay, Reen. Voice of the soul. Reen is racked with agony as unseen tendrils grasp at her memories. Oh no. No, my memories. They're being used to fuel a summoning. Ugh, is this how it feels to have a fairy inside my mind? To think Gaia had endured it for so long. And she didn't even know better. She didn't even know that wasn't normal. If he was always in her mind for this long, right? You're right. However bad this is, it's nothing to compare. It's nothing compared to what she's going through now. But if summoning really is based on my hopes and fears, it'll most likely create a foe unlike any you've ever fought before. Whatever it may be, I believe in you. We'll find a way. We'll find a way through this. I know it. We'll do this, Reen. Don't worry. We're gonna fight it, Reen. Anamorphous? Anamorphous. Having... Oh, I hate it! Having been forcibly fused with Mitron, Gaia is on the verge of being lost to you. No. Having been forcibly fused with Mitron, Gaia is on the verge of being lost to you and Reen forever. To make matters worse, the Ascian draws on Reen's memories to summon forth a foe born from her greatest hopes and fears? Though you have no way of knowing what powers it may possess, it must be vanquished if you are to stand any chance of freeing Gaia. Okay, Anamorphous. Okay, sorry. I'm going out. I'll be back. I'm gonna go outside to the other area. It's overwhelming because there's so many, but especially in Shadowbringers and on, there's a lot of yellows with a lot of good lore. Maybe I'll have to do just lore. Maybe I just need to do lore like offline. Is there any good spreadsheets? Is there any good spreadsheets in terms of like where to tackle lore and like what order? The good downtime stuff. Okay, so we have the next one, but I think what we'll have to do is maybe we'll do a random roll for this one. That might be a good idea for a random for the next two, actually. And I will probably have my dinner. All the yellow ones. Oh.
Ooh,
thank you so much.
nice.
Hi there.
Fizzlebo1T
Thank
just
you,
subscribed.
Fizzle. How are you? How's it going? Thank you so much for resubbing. I really appreciate it. Enjoy me freaking out about Eden raids. Currently, at least. I can't believe so much is going on. Anyways, how are you? How's it going? All the yellow ones I put in this sheet specifically called out to patch notes. Okay, thank you. And there's also wikis as well. I really need to figure out where to start from like the early days and like slowly work my way up. But man, I know there's a lot of really good lore, and like I don't know when I'll end up doing them. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the best, like when the best time to start into them. But we have so much to think about and so much to do though. I'm excited. But yes, I am actually going to go and grab my salad, so I'll probably eat that in a little bit. And then also maybe we could do a little random rolls for the next two, just to make it easier and fair and stuff. So yeah, thanks going well. Enjoyed the raids. Thank you. Thanks for subbing and not talking beforehand. I appreciate it though. No, honestly, truly, lurkers always appreciate. I appreciate all of you. So I never mind if anybody doesn't really chat too much or anything. But I'm always here whenever you do want to chat. You have to put a hand. Wait, no. You might have to put a hard 2 Orbon limit on Discord nights for yellow quests. You might be right. I'm still eating. I'll save my luck for the last one. Okay, no problem. I also need to eat too, so we're gonna take probably a small break. And I don't even know. Should I start my Ascian? My convocation of the 14 sheet? Maybe oh, should I put him on the first page? The first page? The convocation of the 14th? And then like very important knowledge. We actually have gotten a good amount, or a good chunk of like a good chunk in my little notebook here. I really need one. I truly need one. So this pretty much of all of the pages is 14 notes up since we've started. I would say since we got to around 5.0. Since around 5.0 is all my notes for it. I also have some notes back here for Expedition 33, which I won't show you, but yeah, it's a good amount so far. Things to remember. I will never. I'm still stuck on that bird though. I'm still worried about that bird. Anyways, so many notes, so many to think about. Okay, all right. I do need to. I'm gonna grab my food. I'm gonna eat a little bit of it. I won't eat all of it. I'll eat the rest of it later. And what What else? What do I even do? What did I even do? And then we played an ad and we need to do number 11. So yeah. I have to check in with Gaius. He seems to know a fair bit about him. Oh, Asian conspiracy maps with all the yarn threads? Or something else. Hi, Kiwi. Oh yes, food. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me go grab the food real quick and then we'll start into it. And yeah, we can roll to see who is available, who wants to join for this next one. And I will be doing it mine again. So if you want, we could do that first. If you want to join for the next Eden Raid E11, do ! join in chat and we will do a random roll. Okay, this is mostly a head count, to be honest. Like, I'm just kind of curious who is available. We'll probably have enough people at this point for E11, because I think a lot of people are waiting for E12. And also, it's getting kind of late, so I'm sorry. Head count of people who want to join. Also, the Amarang Night Song is so good. It's so good. I love this one so much. Yeah, I think we'll just be able to grab as many people as possible. No problem. Thank you, Idolac. Yes, if anybody needs to get dinner, please focus on dinner. It's only 5:30. It's 8:30 right now in EST. No problem, Daddy. I appreciate you, though. Do you know what you're having for dinner? Or have you not ordered dinner yet? wait a second. Not everyone's back and ready. The real savage was the party finder along the way. I'm just here to say hi and bear witness. No problem, kitty. Join? Okay, Tuesday, I got you. We have number 8. I was away eating, don't worry, I'm eating too. We have our 8. Okay, take your time eating still. I guess I still have to play an ad. I'm still eating also. Is there not a lot of good ventilation in your place as well? But also, yes, I 100% understand because where I was living before, my room, it would be miserable playing games. It would be miserable even streaming, like, in the summers, in the evening, at night. I think that's probably one of the reasons why I started streaming, honestly, like, in the evenings. Mostly because of, like, alignment with West Coast. But also, it's just so hot. It's so hot in the summer. So it feels so bad to stream during the day. Thistle, if you want to play DPS, I know we have a couple of healers in chat. I just want to make sure that, like, if you want to actually play healer or not. Instead of, like, flexing. Because for me is strictly I want to play healer. I always want to play healer. I'm willing to learn other things. I'm willing to redo dungeons and instances and trials and stuff like that as another class, but yeah. I mostly play healer and black mage these days. Yeah, I like playing healer and I like playing Dark Knight sometimes, which is just DPS. Since it's mine. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for swapping. Healer gang, hello? Hi, Pen. How's your journey through Shadowbringers? We're doing Eden Raid. We're doing E11 right now. Or soon, at least. Oh, let me go ahead and start the ad probably soon. I've just been eating a salad. 5.2, that's good. Also, has your vacation been good? Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. I don't know if you get a lot. I don't know if you get a lot of XP in trial or rates though, right? Super. She has to retire eventually. You're making her work forever? Mm-hmm. Don't you want her to rest? That's different. If you win the lotto, that's a different story, Super. She can say, yes, she can say if you win the lotto. I'm sure Timer Chan will see a new. No, Timer Chan will literally just get reincarnated. Timer, if you win the lotto, she's gonna get reincarnated. Don't worry. More timers? You want more? Okay. All right, let's add another timer. When it's my birthday, I'll start a birthday timer, and then Timer Chan and birthday timer can be friends. Okay? Should we do that? Timer Chan and then birthday Timer Chan. Reincarnated to Timer-san? I thought we were closer than that. I thought Timer Chan and I were closer than that. Stopwatch Kun? Oh my gosh. It's not my birthday! Yeah, or I was gonna say Countdown Kun. Either Stopwatch Kun or Countdown Kun. It's not my birthday! Thank you!
I heard great leader say birthday. Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday! Oh, that's good. Oh, Countdown Kun? Oh, it's stop. No, wait a second. Wait.
I'm just doing this in solidarity with Yami. I know
Thank
it's
you.
not your birthday.
Thank you.
But happy birthday.
Okay, Nina! Stop down
Crimson
Senpai.
has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Or San, right? And then there's Countdown. Okay, apparently we're just making all the names now. That's what I was thinking. If we do, it can be Stopwatch Senpai. It's not my birthday! Thank you so much. Thank you for the 100 bits and then another 100 bits. Thank you, Yami. Thank you, Super. Nina, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You all are silly and I appreciate you. Countdown Kun is a boy, yes. Apparently Countdown Kun is showing up for my birthday. Maybe. It's not my birthday right now though. Thank you, Ken.
Birthday bits.
Early birthday bets. My birthday actually, wow, wait. My birthday's in like 2 months. Isn't that weird? It's in 2 months. Well, 2 months and 2 days. Clock expanded universe, let's go. If I ever become a VTuber, maybe I should be a clock VTuber. Maybe that's actually, maybe when I do my VTuber arc, I'm a clock girl or something. Yeah? Makes sense? Okay. Thank you for the hype train as well. It's already July. It is already July. Sorry. There's something like on my glasses. I don't know if I've smudged it. Oh, if anybody did not notice or see earlier, Elmo has both of Nidhogg's eyes again. Elmo lost it and then found them, is what happened. What you mean to say that you're a real girl now? I feel lied and betrayed? No, I'm not. I'm not a real girl. No, when I become a clock girl, maybe I'll become a real girl. I'm birthday month buddies. Yeah, we're birthday month buddies. When's your birthday, Soray? Summoning primals? Huh? Wait, no, not primals. This is loud. Why is this so loud?
Pray for Elmo. He is under attack.
Elmo is under attack. Thank you so much for the 100. What? How is he under attack? Oh God! The eyes of Nidhogg stand above the alerts. We're under attack. Wait, was it really under? Wait, let me look. Let me look again. Wait, I wanna. Wait, where did I put the alerts? I need to see. I need to replay an alert real quick. Okay, I'm putting the alerts here.
Pray for Elmo. He is under attack.
I think that's a perfect spot to leave that there. Okay, cool. Hello? I moved in. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. The eyes of Nidhogg stand above the alerts is on the wrong data center for that. Thank you. What we get this time? Oh my gosh. I want the down bad emote. It's so funny. Another time. One day, someday we'll get it. Oh. I've been assimilated. There are now 2 Lalas in this snowman. Alright. Yes, that's the one that I want. I don't have that one yet. That's the one I want. That one was the next, apparently that was potentially the next hype train level. What did I miss? So I learned about Logrif and Metron, and I questioned why this Eden raid was optional. And we're about to do E11. And I had dinner. That's it. Oh, and I wanted the hype emotes. Yeah. Yes. Oh my gosh. Gaia's clingy ex from another time, from when she wasn't even alive, showed up, and we have. That is so good. Sorry, I'm gonna write that down. Gaia's clingy ex. Metron equals clingy ex. Honestly, more like stalker. Well, like ex and also current stalker. That's crazy. Clingy, well, I think it is kind of funny though. But it's like, it's true, but also not really true, but it's just like, I don't know. Try on? Okay. I do want this outfit, though. I already know I want this outfit. It's so cute! No, it's so cute! It looks so good on my Lala! Like, the dark red looks so good on her! No! I can't even get this! I'm pretty sure this is, like, high-level stuff, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is redacted! Everyone looks good. It does. I really want it. There's a lot of Neo Ishgardian stuff that I want. It's 80? It's 80?! Wait, when can I get it? It looks really good. You can buy it? Oh, it's all Shadowbringers? Oh, finally. Thank goodness. I have a Dark Knight in 80 now. Crafted? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. It looks so good! Market board as well? We're big enough now? Okay, good to know. Very good to know. Thank you. Has everyone had enough to eat, hopefully? Enough snack time? Only the gloves are Boja. Okay, okay, got it. Let me see what my retainers have brought me. You have 120? I have a lot of hype emotes, but I don't know if I have 120. What classes specifically do you want for it? We'll have to look. We'll have to do a show. We'll have to look to which classes look the best. And then I might want, because I'm not sure yet. Because right now I like my MSQ outfit, but sometimes it might be nice to like mix it up a little bit. Okay, so Anamorphous. Having been forcibly fused with Mitron, Gaia is on the verge of being lost to you and Reen forever. To make matters worse, the Ascian draws on Reen's memories to summon forth a foe born of her greatest hopes and fears. Though you have no way of knowing what powers it may possess, it may be vanquished if you were to stand any chance of freeing Gaia. Okay, alright, we got this. It's gonna be fine. I believe in us. Let's go! Let's go! Okay, we're locking in. I gotta lock in again. Because I got distracted earlier, because I was laughing too much. I love this fight. I'm excited. You can track the augmented versions and Yulmore looks the same. Okay, okay. We'll check glam stuff later. Ooh, the song.
I know this place. It's the jail in Yulmore.
Oh my gosh, I see it. Oh my gosh. The Fate Breaker? It's like a Thancred mix.
Whatever stands in our way, we will.
But he's like a Light
never
Warden.
give up.
Oh my gosh. It's Thancred. Yeah, it's like a Thancred Ranjit Light Warden. Her greatest hopes and fears. And this is the. I can't. Oh my gosh. The jail. Okay, I can probably fall off of this. I'm not gonna fall. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I can fall off of this, but like the jail in Yulmore, where she was stuck for so much of her life. I mean, the poor girl is a teenager. She's lived so little of her life at this point. Oh man, I forgot which one this was. Okay, all right. I like the song so far. Fate Breaker. Can we do a countdown whenever we get a chance? Just the little tiniest bit of light from above. It's so dark. Who said hear me out? Who said hear me out in party chat? Huh. Is this song from another Final Fantasy? Should we do a ready check and then countdown? Oh, my hands are gonna get cold. Who's main tanking? Wait, who is main tanking? Okay.
I'm the only one fit to protect her.
Oh my gosh. I've heard this voice line before by
This could be born from my memories.
from accidentally being in somebody else's stream.
That creature is passing on its ether.
Oh my gosh!
How about you?
Oh, what do I do? What do I do?
You're not going anywhere.
What do I do? Oh, I'm gonna die. Am I gonna die? Okay, so, sorry. Did not know what to do there.
Evil shield protects nothing. How about you?
I didn't fall off. I was close. Oh,
You're
Kiwi.
not going anywhere.
Not the one that left off. It's very late, Kiwi. Okay, so what do we do with the... What do we do with the...
Light claim you.
I sense a surge in the ether.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. I ended in the wrong way, I think. No! I went the wrong way.
Come, show me your strength.
Shifting sky.
Beast of my blood, answer my call.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. There's another one! Okay, so you have to watch out for each of them. Ah!
Let's try something else.
The blade is imbued with light.
How about you?
Okay, so if you have that tether, I'm
You're
watching.
not going anywhere. The light will cleanse your sins.
The light's so strong.
What's
I
happening?
can't sense anything else.
Why are you running? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay, alright. Oh, I see, I see. I'll stop from bottom.
A feeble shield protects nothing. Light claim you.
So how do we know where to go? Okay. I for sure am not taking this one in as much as the other ones, but I definitely feel like the bump up in difficulty.
How about you?
Ooh, oh, it's wider! That's so interesting! That's why we stayed further back. We have LB3.
Light claim you.
Oh, we need to move back. I need to move back because it's further. It's like a two-parter. Okay, I'm learning one mechanic. I know a singular mechanic.
You're not going anywhere.
Popping all our bits. It sounds very satisfying whenever you use Rapture and it hits everyone.
Shield protects nothing.
And also, like, a size is very satisfying too.
Claim you.
So, if I have to... I don't want to guess. Who's my red mage? Who's my red mage this time? Okay. Is this the two-parter? No, this is not. Okay. Different red mage.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
Oh my gosh. Is that the part where it's all her hopes? All her fears combined into one, and her hopes and dreams. Oh. I was definitely not paying attention for some of it, but I guess I should have definitely stayed closer. I should have stayed closer whenever we were, when I did that, when I got tethered, but I don't really know. Could I have healed through that? I don't know. So, okay. I do it, and then for the circles, it's the opposite colors for the safe zones. Opposite colors. Okay. I think it'll make more sense whenever we end up doing it in Discord. Yes, you were supposed to heal. I should have hit Benediction, but I was just moving too slow. Okay, so you can heal out of that. So that's how I died. Okay, got it. The light tether was a big bleeding effect. That makes sense because I was kind of like watching Yami to see like the bleeding was happening, and I think we just healed it out, so that's why we didn't have to worry about it. Because I noticed I was like, oh, I'm rapidly dying very quickly, and I was like, okay, all right. At that point, I probably should have just thrown some other things on me. I mean, I have my Benediction, so it's always there, if need be. Lots of big AoE healer. Oh yeah, big AoEs for the healers. That's why Rapture is such a satisfying sound. And then also doing a size, because it hits everyone. It feels really good using it. And I think I used it a good amount. There's a couple times where my misery, I was not 100% on top of it, but it was good. Scholar was really good for this fight. Yes, thank you, Yami. There's a 3 main attacks in additional to main attacks with additional effects based on elements being the elements being channeled, and that was the element. Well, so it's the little dragon spinning around, right? And then of course, like, it was the thing on the ground. I guess the stuff on the ground as well. Sorry, let me grab this. Everything that was on the ground. I was trying to figure out where it seemed like it was not in between, but it was like slightly one over from one of the like areas we needed to be, but I just couldn't tell because we were moving a little fast. But I think if we end up doing the fight again off stream, and like having known the fight, I'll probably be able to pick up on it a little quicker. So next thing, keep an eye for the combos to pick up what is happening. And the dragon colors. Oh, okay. The dragon colors are the effect on it. I see. Okay, those tank busters were hard. Yeah. A little rough there, but we got the lilies. And we got the stuff, so we did it! Yay! 4 smalls, 4 talls! I was like, is that Red Mage LB3? And I was like, oh yeah, it definitely is. And I had to just blink real quick. The little spin is so cute. Everyone's so cute. Oh my gosh, look, girls only. It was a girls only trip again. How goes the stuff in the things? Pretty good, Little Flame. Pretty good so far. We just did E11, so I got a quest. We gotta go save Gaia! I gotta go! We gotta go save Gaia! Okay. I'll be back, I promise. I gotta go save Gaia with Reen! Oh, also, yes, you can fall. I wanted to know. I wanted to learn. Every time I see a ledge, intrusive thoughts. Yes, we are on Sarg today. Real. I'm just curious if, like, what if I just jumped? Oh. Okay. Ascian Prime is back. We defeated her greatest fears. So this is the way of the Ascian. To use the memories of our loved ones against us? Like twisting, also just like twisting the memory as well. It's because like, it's definitely like psychological like warfare, it feels like. So we got war crimes, psychological warfare. The fragmented soul should triumph over their fears while we succumb to to ours, thereby setting our star upon a course of ruin. That inferior beings such as you are should succeed while we failed, it defies all logic. What is he trying to do? Or what are they trying to do? Oh, it's her powers. Now's your chance. It's Gaia. It's her voice. Oh, she's fighting. Gaia's still in there, fighting to free herself from Lawgriff's will. Even now, you should defy us? We will remove every last vestige of your meaningless mortal existence. No! Not all her memories! Oh, so many. I mean, like, it makes sense because it's first person, but so many of her memories of Reen. Gaia's memories, they're being destroyed. Impurities must be purged. We shall begin by erasing you from her past, and then, by your deaths, erase you from her future. There's no place for you in our utopia. No! She's not gonna remember Reen. I know that's not gonna matter, because she still wants to save her. We may be mere mortals, our souls fragmented, but our existence is not meaningless. And you should understand this. Before you awoke as an Ascian, you lived as one of us. You had your own memories, and surely they mean something. The lives you led can't all have been for nothing. To we who have known perfection, they are less than nothing. Compared to yours, our lives may seem insignificant. Nevertheless, we live them to the fullest, and though it may take us 1,000 years, we have the potential to build a world every bit as wonderful as yours. But you won't even allow us a chance to live our own lives and forge our own future. Whatever you forge will inevitably crumble to dust, but we are immortal, our legacy eternal. If our world cannot be made complete as it once was, we will create a perfect moment that shall last forever. By our own hand shall our paradise be made, where there is no beginning and no end. Oh my goodness. Eden's absorbing enormous amounts of ether. At this rate, the whole world will be drained. Light and darkness, the elements of nature, all in harmony. A sublime utopia where time has no meaning. We shall become one with Eden, free to live in peace for eternity. Oh no. No, Gaia! There's only one thing for it. There's only one thing for it. I'll try to just disrupt the balance of ether and create an opening for you. Oh. We can't let it end like this. It's up to us to save Gaia. Mitron won't get away with this. It's all about love, friendship, and courage. I mean, yes, it is. I know exactly. Protect girls. Hey, look, it's 5.0 plot all over again. I mean, it is about love, friendship, and courage. It sounds a little corny, honestly, in this moment, but we got this. We won't let Mitron get away. Oh my gosh. Eden's promise. I never even realized that before. I never even realized that. Okay, so Eden's gate, Eden's verse, and then Eden's promise, right? So like Eden's promise as in Mitron's promise. Eternity. The eternity formed by the fusion of Mitron and Gaia seeks to create a utopia where time has no meaning. Should this plan succeed, not only will the vast quantity of ether absorbed by Eden drain the land of life, but Gaia, as you know her, will be lost forever. Reen makes a desperate bid to send you in pursuit, though there's no way of knowing what manner of danger you will face. Oh. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be great and fine. So normal. A place where time has no meaning, where there's no beginning, no end. It sounds like the Rift. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. We'll all die someday. That's what makes life so precious. I know that Gaia wouldn't want that. To simply exist without any hope for the future. To stay the same forever. Honestly, that's literally the beginning of her journey. That is literally like Gaia's beginning of her journey. She doesn't like have any hope for the future. It's only the then and now. And like for her to like have hope and to want a future together, right? And to get that taken away from her. Okay. How she lives is up to her. It's not for Mitron or anyone else to decide. We'll free her from that fiend and give her a chance she deserves. Okay, sorry. I will need to reset that really quickly. Reset the join command, so you'll have to do that again. A moment. I know, Reen! Okay. If anybody does want to join for E12, can you do !join now? Now is the time to use the command. Mine! Yeah, heck yeah, mine. Always mine. Almost always mine. Savages, we'll see. I wish I could sit on that chair. Okay, I will also take a restroom break, and I'll also do what time is it? I'll do I'll do an ad break. I'm gonna do a restroom break and an ad break, and then we'll be back and we'll see who is available. We'll roll. If anybody does want to join for E12 mine, please do !join into the chat, and we will randomize everyone's names, and it will pick, it says a randomized picker, and it'll choose 7 of y'all. And I am playing White Mage, please. My PS5 auto turned off. The stream was not good enough. Alright. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by, though. And at this point, I'm just gonna try so I can get for 4 to 4 screenshots. Ether's blocked at the time. Ugh. 5.0 finale all over again for them to make their utopia. Fatebreaker is my favorite raid. All expansions really included. I'm really excited to try it again. It's gonna be really interesting if we ever end up doing Fatebreaker as a savage. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about any of them. I'm excited though. Nah, too much AFK energy. Pesky energy saving stuff. Well, we still appreciate you stopping by at any point. Just got done with your paladin quest? Oh, just got done. Okay, I see. I mean, making their utopia is their collective goal. Yeah, and then we gotta face off of them. We gotta do a face off again. And, well, at the very least, Emmett didn't kidnap somebody. Never mind. Wait, no, he did. No, actually, he did kidnap our cat boy. Against his will, like Gaia got kidnapped against her will. So... let me think. Yeah. Oh, Emmett interrogated and tortured our cat boy. Well, we're being emotionally, psychologically tortured by Reen's greatest fears. So yeah, but I'm trying to think because Kevlar was like 5.0 all over again. 5.0 to this is 5.0 finale 2.0, right? Basically, right? We're going against the ASEAN. They kidnapped our loved ones, and we gotta beat them up. And Shola was also yes. Oh my gosh, you're right. Seriously, like you're right. Like last. Why do they keep doing this? So yes, they stole our cats, or are they either steal our cats or cat-like friends, right? Guy, I could see Gaia being cat-like as a little bit. Literally the same. Your lives are meaningless. Yeah, our lives are meaningless and fractured or whatever. He's gonna, what is he gonna say? Like, I won't feel bad for destroying you? No, Arlen's, I know. Because Alfie said it last time. But I think it is really interesting though, because like, it is, yeah, essentially kind of like a reminder recap of like the ASEAN's ultimate end goal, right? And then how much they like cared for their loved ones. It's the same thing. It's how much they cared for their loved ones and they want to be able to like, you know, restore what they had, right, their past worlds and everything. But I feel like this one's a little bit more twisted because now he's trying to make a utopia where no time exists. no time exists anything like that, instead of like the original full plan. So this is just kind of like a copy of the plan. They kidnapped Ophelia back and around Reborn. Always kidnapping our friends. ASEAN and kidnapping. Why do they do this? ASEAN isn't cool as Emmett though. Okay, it's true. That's right. That's the biggest difference. Emmett is cooler than Mitron, and also I like Emmett more. That's the difference. Where you don't exist. Well, yeah, and then the thing is, it's like instead of sacrificing the source to make like for the rejoining to happen, we're just gonna sacrifice the first in order to make our utopia, right? They kidnapped Thancred, they kidnapped Ophelia, they kidnapped Gaia at this point, Y'shtola. Like, Uranger was like kind of working with him, like with Elidibus for a little bit, technically. So like, who's getting kidnapped next? Don't touch the twins. Kidnap us before you touch the twins. Do not touch the twins. Mitra has a fairly low bar. It's, what do you mean? No. The bar is high. The bar is very high regarding Emmett, but Mitron doesn't stand a chance. And another ASEAN, it's like same ASEAN brand, different flavor. Oh my gosh. Okay, Cryo was kidnapped by Xenos though. Not exactly Xenos, but the Empire. And that's annoying and dumb. And then now Xenos has his powers and whatever. We should run that one again. No more. It's been a little while since we've done that one. We should one day, should we do all the ASEAN trials? Wait, yeah, should we do all the ASEAN trials and instances in the future? Yeah, I also forgot that he existed as well. I'm waiting for some silly ASEAN to try their hands at Y'shtola. Well, okay. Technically, in end of 5.3, she was like catnapped, but she was already unconscious. So that doesn't even count though, because he would have been ripped to shreds if she was conscious. But the thing is that, you know, the weakening ether corporal soul thing, and then she was yoinked and she's like, oh, I freed myself. Yes, exactly, Flame. Emmett, high bar, Mitron, very, 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 very low at this point, especially if you are. It sounds like double standards, because it's like, but the thing is, okay, you both yoinked our friends, right? But one of you forcibly fused when she said no. And I think That just makes it a million times worse. I'm sorry. Yes, you did shoot and kidnap our cat. And I'm not happy about that. I'm absolutely not happy about that. So he kind of deserved the axe to the chest and everything, or whatever. So, like, eye for eye, but maybe now at this point, clean slate. Me trying to justify what happened? No, it's fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. Anyways, yes, I do need to play an ad, and I need to go to the restroom really quickly, so I'll be right back. Ad time. Get up, stretch, move around, whatever you need to do. I will see you all in a little bit, in 2 to 3 minutes or so, right? Hear me out. No. Nurius notably didn't kidnap, he just showed up and murdered. I don't like that either, okay? We had the most consequential. He took our bestie, he did! I hate it. He was around for like half a patch. I really don't remember. I'm sure more. I'll have to look through the script to see how many times we saw his name. It's interesting. One day we'll do a hear me out for my characters. But the thing is, for someone probably it doesn't. I don't know. How many hear me outs do I even have? I need an emotional connection, okay? I know what we're talking about, but I think it can step on a Lego. Oh yeah, for sure. You're right on topic, Sep, actually. Exactly on topic. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, enjoy Elmo. Elmo found both of Nidhogg's eyes recently. He lost them and then found them again. So, enjoy. Hello, welcome back everyone. Elmo still has Nidhogg's eyes. Oh my gosh, I should put, you know what I should do? I should put Elmo in Dragoon armor. We should put Elmo in Dragoon armor. That'd be so funny. Elmo in Astinia's Dragoon armor! Elmo, cast him in. No, Ken, you just gave me a terrible idea. Imagine if somebody made a Lala, named them Elmo. Imagine if somebody made a Lala, named them Elmo, and went through that cutscene. But like, what if though? So that BRB with the two eyes, it actually came up around 3.2, 3.3, around 3.3 when we ended up ending the Dragon Song War. And then I ended up putting the eyes on Elmo's hands, and I took it away at some point, and then we brought it back. Elmo cast them into the abyss. We can make this real. We can make Emmett. No, sorry, not Emmett. Sorry, Emric say it. I can't talk at all. We can make Emric say it. Turn into Nidhogg when Timer-chan retires? That's a good question, Suray. That's a really good question. No, the eyes are mine. Everything reminds me of Emma. Stop. No, L. Stop calling me out. So we've already actually discussed this before. I wrote it in my notes, but I do want an Emmett emote that's like, okay, so right before we go into the trial, and when we were going into Amarot, Amarot as well, he has like a moment where he has his hands, well, he's like in front of the fire, and we were thinking like Elmo and fire, and so, where's the note? Let me find the note. Oh, my Lala in a trench coat emote, cool, or not emote, yeah, emote, and then, oh, here it is. Emmett/Elmo emote emote commission animated, and I also put in the same room. Has Emmett and Elmo ever been in the same room before? We don't know. I don't know. Do you? And Miss Stinky. I think it would be kind of goofy though. Okay, all right. Let me roll to see who is available. Okay, 1 second. And also, let me fix my hair. So I will do a roll call. I see Flame, Saray, Kevlar, Cam, Puzzled, Thistle, Allie, Yami, L, Tuesday, Immortality. Yes, if you have not heard your name, you are not on the list, the randomizer list, and you have a chance to do !join before I roll it. I tried to play the Chocobo and Bird event, and I got murdered 2 to 4. You know what? At the very least, hopefully you had fun. That's the most important thing. The fun you had along the way of getting decimated. Absolutely smashed. You're trapped outside. If you are trapped outside, we may end up doing a, I was gonna say, I could travel out as well. Okay, everyone good? We're good? Okay, let me see. We got Yami, we got L, we got Immortality, and Saray. I got Flame, Kevlar, and Cam. Okay, Flame, is every single ether shut down right now? Or can we do cross-world party? I got the adventure beginning promo. Oh, nice! That's nice! That's okay, at least you got something out of it. Every world right now? Ugh, okay, sorry. I'm sighing at the fact that Ether gets locked out constantly. Nothing else. Sorry, I'm still laughing at Elle's comment. 4 for 4! Let's go! Oh, we gotta travel though. Where we do? Well, I'm trying to think, where do I want to go? You wanna go to Famfrit? DDoS attack your time? DDoS attack your time is now! I know, but it was like so open earlier, around like 4. It was so open because everyone wasn't home for dinner yet. DC, yeah, across DC can't travel soon enough, truly. All right, shall we go to, we can go to Fanfred. That's usually where I go. For my time, yes. Which everyone, I'm kidding. No, I was gonna say everyone should log on and stay in Ether and park in Ether. You don't have to, don't do it. Oh, Latin, thank you. I appreciate you.
Missed the hype train. With your smiley face.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for being a little a little belated to the hype train, but I feel all the energy and the hype and the excitement still in there. Thank you. We'll have another hype train in like, I don't know. 12 minutes apparently. Okay, all right, let's go to Fanfret. Oh, frick. Wait. It doesn't matter. I'll TP home. And I'll TP all of us here. Also, hi, bye. We can all just meet in Gridania. I don't think we need to TP all the way over there because it's gonna take me out, or it's gonna TP me back for the cutscenes and stuff. Return TP doesn't share. Yeah, I wasn't gonna try to do a return TP. I was just gonna leave. Report to the Carbuncle pen, the Carbuncle Corral. That's gonna be our meeting place right now. But we maybe want to be there. Oh, do you want to be there? If you want to be there, we'll TP everyone together. I'll TP everyone into the journey's end. How did you manage to travel before me? Oh no. Just zoom in. I was in queue before you TP. Sorry. You were in queue before you even TP. It's almost inevitable. I almost logged into Bullmong. I don't know. Just internet things. Took me a whole minute to return to home. Yeah, that's the other part too. I didn't have to go home. I was already here. Ether privileges, maybe. They really want us out. I think you're right. They really want us out. Gridania lag? You get lag everywhere, Flame. Okay, any big city, any main big city, 3 big city, you get lag there. It is bright. Oh, that's what you got for the quest, I'm sure. I think the return home world takes priority because I was back and it was safer or faster. Cam. Okay, sorry. Oops. Eden? What are you doing here? Hi, Owie. Check out your minion. Eden, what are you doing here? Okay. We got Yami and Immortality. Wait. Wait a second. Let me check something. Do we have an imposter? Immortality, I didn't even know you played Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, I had this one. Yes. Thank you. What's up, Super? I'm on cheering duty. Don't let me down. I had this one too. I think you gave me this one. Oh, I don't have that one, but I have this first one. How are you doing, Super? Did you have dinner already? Thank you. I need to make sure to actually put that in my stuff. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks for giving me Neo-ish Guardian stuff. Now I have 2 tops. Okay, there you are, Yami. And then... Okay, I actually might need to grab somebody else. Oh, you have. How many? Let me check. Yeah, I might need to grab somebody else though. I think to make it how many? How did you eat so many? Is that a lot? I'm sorry, I don't know. Is that a lot? Shall we do another random? I can do another random roll real quick. This is why I'm trying to, it might be, that's a lot. Even I know from 30 to 60, that's a lot. I just will never be, I am far too prone to snacky. No. Okay. Quizzled, you haven't done one today. Do you want to join in? I too also consume them. You two are also have consumed. Okay. Let me ready check. I'm fasting, so that part is easy. Okay. I have a question. So I know it's because of like blood alcohol stuff. So I know that if you consume alcohol on an empty stomach, it's more potent. Is that the same if you consume edibles? As a person who has never consumed edibles.
Notices chat. Shake
What?
Head deviants of the devil's letter.
Not Shake's head. It's just Shake's head's for them. It's not more potent. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Only nitpicky I have against about Neo-ish Guardian is you cannot wear necklace. Is the wait, I have a question. Is the Neo-ish Guardian the one that also changes between femme and mask items as well? It just gets absorbed faster. Oh, so it wears off faster? Is that what it is? Or no, it absorbs faster, so you feel it faster. But it's not like amplified like it is for alcohol, I'm assuming. I'm not an expert. I don't know either. You can probably make up fake facts about it, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Whoa, wait, what? And edibles make you... Sorry, I'm trying to think of a random nonsensical fact. Edibles make you better at Final Fantasy XIV? Really? It gets into your brain faster. I see. Yeah, just because no food in your stomach, it goes through you. Okay, not more potent, just hits faster. Like if you have empty stomach, this doesn't stay as long and the stomach can passes. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, you're right. It's not amplify. I think, yeah, it's the hit faster. Well, oh, well, okay. You feel the effects. So, okay, all right. So how do I explain this? It doesn't amplify it. Yeah, it does not amplify it, but you feel it all at once. So with alcohol, you feel it all at once rather than feeling it like spread out, right? So that's at least my experience if you have alcohol in an empty stomach. So all of it all of what you have felt over a 30-minute period hits in the first 10 or whatever.
Notice to be munchin' and crunchin' them Yashel green. If y'all know what I mean, if her birthday, she partying getting crunk super hunkled, waking up in a field.
I don't think that's
no 421 blazes.
I don't know what that means. Control. What are you saying? What are these words? Control. Doesn't get you more drunk. Yes. I already have greens. Thanks. Okay, so, you should write this out then. You should maybe take pictures of how much you take in a night.
So that's the issue. You take a few, and you start to feel it, and you're like, this feels good, but I want more. So then you go nom. And then you go, oh, okay, it feels better too. Then you nom.
Yeah.
And then you om them, and then you go, oh, I had 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's dangerous, honestly. That's incredibly dangerous. That doesn't actually sound like good habits at all. I don't know. But who am I to judge? I don't partake. I don't have an issue with partaking. I don't have an issue with like people partaking. I guess I just don't. And honestly, alcohol has become less and less appealing to me over time. I am already loopy as enough, as is, by myself, existing. So I'm just like, where's the Tyro again? You're riding a surfboard through time. Where's the Tyro again? Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. Control, thank you for the not birthday wishes. And also, super thanks for explaining as well how it can be, you can easily like get wrapped up into like having just one more, essentially, right? Okay. I'm gonna ready check now. Again. Totally makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Results may vary. Everyone raids better drunk? No, no way. I have no coordination. It's like Pringles, but you're trying to time the deliciousness in 2 hours advance. That doesn't sound like a game I want to play. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a game I want to play. Alright, so min eye level. We're gonna do eternity. I'm nervous. Okay, I gotta lock in. We got this, though. I believe in us. You see my character suddenly stop moving or looking down? Looking. Oh. Eden's promise, eternity. Am I gonna be sick? Am I gonna be distraught? Why is this music so beautiful? Stop. Don't. No, I'm not gonna feel bad. Oh my gosh.
Eden will become a utopia. One that we may share for all eternity.
She's still in there. Somewhere. I won't give up on our future, Gaia.
Oh my gosh.
No matter what.
Why is this music so beautiful? Okay, alright. This music's really good. Okay. Let me look around just for a little bit. Oh, wait. I'll look around after.
as one, never to be parted, unbound by past or future in this single perfect moment. We shall draw your memories from you.
Ooh. Oh my gosh. All the memories. Are we gonna fight all of them? Oh my gosh. Rude. That's so rude. That's so mean. Okay, so the next one, I'm assuming I need to move out. No? Yeah, I do need to move out. Okay, so this one, we're doing abilities from everyone that from before. And so that's gonna be the call. Oh, a double tank buster?
And they will be your undoing.
Okay. It's so interesting and neat. Okay, so it's this one again. Is it always the same spot? It looks like it. So we'll have to just know the cardinal directions for that one. Whew. The music's so good! Oh, we're knocked down.
Must you interfere?
Oh, it's so...
Utopia will only be complete.
It's so cinematic. This is such a cool fight.
Once you are erased from our memory.
That's also incredibly devastating. The memories aren't gone yet. Gaia's memories have taken form.
Protect her memories. Hurry!
Oh my gosh.
You would defy us.
Treasured memory! Oh my gosh. I'm
Delicious, aren't they?
fine.
These are actually quite good.
We are fine. We are so fine.
Let's have another one. Half each.
Can I not heal the memory? Let me heal the memory. Oh dear. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here. Okay, I'm supposed to drop it and then move. Oh my gosh, please let me heal it.
What happened to the other half?
No! This is so sad.
Being erased from her memory.
No! Don't make me cry during the raid.
I told you it would make a great necklace.
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful. I think it'll really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
They shatter. They fade.
Is this ice?
Oh.
Where did this come from?
If this goes on much
Oh my
longer,
gosh,
she'll
no!
forget everything.
No!
Retire your insolence.
How about this one?
That's my color. Now, this one on the other hand.
Oh, oops, my bad, my bad. I did not mean to do that.
What am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
You are unworthy of my utopia.
Our memories are fading.
We shall bring eternal harmony. Tranquility and vitality in perfect balance. I will not disappear!
Oh my gosh.
No! My utopia cannot fall!
Oh, the memories. Okay. How far is that? I should be fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Now your memories belong to us.
Was there 2 of them that got taken? I think so. Okay, so 2 of them are getting taken, so you have to watch out for which ones come first. There's another one too! Okay.
Memories of ice.
There's a lot to kind of look out for this one. Oh. Ah! We're fine. Nice. I love temperance. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. There's so much to watch and look out for. Okay, so there's 2 more. I'm gonna get hit by that, yeah. Okay, I think I understand. I don't understand, but like I know that like it's just like understanding the calls and it's just easier. It's easier to like go forward after that. Oh my gosh. Not this one. Oh. I hate that I got hit. It's okay. I got benediction to fix my mistakes. I need to go further back than I think I do.
Now your memories belong to us.
Thanks for doing the little jumps. Otherwise, I would be dead. 100% dead. Okay, at least my bone stacks are gone.
Memories of ice.
Oh, it's our slip and slide. Okay, thank you, Elle. Oh, I was trying to do my Lily at the end. Okay. This one was a lot. But also it's really interesting because like Logarith's like soul is still in there too. So it's like really conflicting. We did it. But also I hope Gaia's memories are okay and intact. Eden's promise. That one was really... That was such a really, really neat, like, it was really neat. Like I don't know, just like all of it, all the oh my gosh, no, not have Amarant. This is so neat. I feel like there's so much that I definitely miss going through this. And I know that like, when we do it again, because of course we're gonna do it again, but like, you miss so much the first time. Oh my gosh. All right. Wow. I did it. I can't believe it. My brain is so smushy. Thank you for everyone doing, thank you everyone for doing your little jumps to notify me that I need to move and I need to watch out. And I'm really excited, honestly, to learn what we're supposed to, like, what each of them, like, shows. It really is a accumulation of all the other raids all into one. And then... about to make me cry during a raid or like a raid as well. This one's super fun. It's so much. It's really good. What? Why did I do that? Did you eat too many? Oh, your account age. I see. Guys, treasured. I know her treasured memories are all green. Thank you for carrying me through. I appreciate y'all very much. We did the thing. It happened. Oh, we have to... Oh my gosh! Gaia! I rolled a 90! Gaia! Wind up Gaia! Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you. Can I open it here? Those who think the hammer is just for show, best watch their toes. That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay. We did it. Thank you, tanks. Thank you, DPSs. Thank you, healers. Thank you, everyone. I wonder what it writes in Japanese. Oh, I do really adore the localization for the team. I feel like there's a lot of really cool sites that show like what the original translations were as well. I'm gonna let you all take G poses for this one. Oh my gosh, my brain. There's so many images I feel like I missed that I didn't really like take in fully. And I'm glad, I guess it's good. It's a good thing that I have like the stream so I can go back and pause and look at stuff, right? But like, so much. Oh, I know all of her memories. I think I said that earlier as well. All her memories are with Reen, and then like them being taken away. There's so many, like, there's a lot of really good raids in Eden for sure. Hi Nako, how are you? You have to show pet on the screenshot. Wait, no. Wait. Pet screenshot? What item description? Oh, it was in Japanese. Oh, I see. I have to look close. You have to look closer when you play it again. I do have to look closer. I have to look closer, and then I have to know what to go through. I mean, we do have some people in the community who have not finished Eden raids, so if they want to do Eden raids and finish them, we could help finish with them, right? Yeah, anybody who has not finished them, we could just finish them with you. Is anybody not finished Eden raids? Shame. Not shame. Just highly hinting that we can do them in Discord is what it is. And then I know whenever Annie ends up like scheduling for them as well, like for sure, like we could be in Discord while we watch her stream and hang out. When you get into normal raids, I went in for 9 through 12. 12 probably will end up being a random roll because I'm assuming the last one is always like, you know, the last one is probably always like interesting or like one that people like to want to go in for. But today we had like almost everyone who was available were down. But for the other ones, definitely in. But no, actually, Wolf, if you want to, you can guarantee your mod spot for 12. I went in for 11. It's my favorite. I probably have a character or two that needs to do them. I mean, it looks like Grizzled is up to offer up the characters. But I'll roll. Okay. But yeah, whenever the time is, because we still have a good chunk of time before we end up doing Endwalker stuff. But yeah, we got this. If I'm not busy, I might be able to do that. Okay, sounds good. But yeah, we'll just have to do it again. I also still the sorry, I just realized I didn't see this before. I'm sorry. Arbor. That's not Arbor. That's a little bit slow, isn't it? No, it's Arbor. It is Arbor because that was whenever this is their memory. It's the Prime Asian memory, right? So this is Logriff's and Mitron's memory. But also, yeah, there is, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 seats, despite technically being 1 vacant. Oh my gosh, were they the ones running away together? No, stop. I don't like that. More Asians appear. Or not Asians, sorry. More ancient ones appear. I may have asked. No. It'd be funny if she did fall off. Don't fall off of the edge. Oh, I already every single time we fall off just to test it, you know, if it's possible or not. Pre-Asians? Ancient. Well, we can. I guess they can go Emiratines / ancient ones. I guess is what we call them. Because that's kind of what they've been like mentioned through MSQ at the very least. Also, hi Stellar, hi Z. We just have to help Gaius. We have to do Gaius. What's Gaius's thing? Gaius, what are you up to? Oh my gosh, no, it's fine. I was gonna say like, I wonder what the trial series is. Gaius, are you the trial series? No, I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, all right. Shall we go out? Everyone, let's go. Well, unless you're taking G poses. I need the Gaius thing, please. Okay, I'm also doing Gaius thing. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the Gaius thing is, but next week I'll be doing trial series, is what I'll tell you. Don't abandon you? Super, you're the one that abandoned us. We have a schedule. I'm kidding. Don't worry. Like I said, like if anybody needs Eden raids, if anybody needs extra Eden raids, just give us a heads up. We'll do it in Discord. Like we're super chill in Discord. I heard Gaius and I heard just such devastation. Okay, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go. I gotta see this cutscene. Oh, Gaia! But does she have any of her memory? I wonder. The Pride Crystal is still up. Though Gaia is now free from Mitron, she remains unconscious. I hate that, like, at the very beginning, when we first kind of, like, found her, we found her unconscious, and now, like, at the very end. I hope she's okay. We did it! She's free at last. Or at least that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Oh, it's exactly like the beginning. Gaia, I don't know if you can hear me, or if you can remember who I am, but just give me a sign that you're alright. Please, say something, anything. She can hear you, Reen. Keep trying. You've brought her back once before. You can do it again. Oh my gosh. You're right, Notice. I mustn't lose hope. Oh, she had it! I knew it! I knew she had it! But it's like she held it as like a bracelet instead of a necklace. Wait, what's this? It's the necklace, but she said she left it back in the crystarium. Oh my gosh. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it does hold a lot of memories for the both of us. Wait, there might be a way we can use this to bring her back. Is she gonna put her memories in it? I don't know. Maybe not. I was just thinking of like the vessels before, but I don't think that's the case. Try calling Gaia's name to help bring her back to her senses. Wait, is the bracelet on and the necklace on the ground? It is! Oh my gosh, was it always there? Wait, does anybody know? Was the necklace always there from before as well? Did I miss it earlier? Because it covers her sleeve on this side, right? Though Gaia appears unharmed, her consciousness has yet to return. With the chat mode say, call out her name. I'm not sure how to reach her, but if she remembers the necklace, maybe she'll find a way back to us. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright. As long as it contains Gaia, right? Gaia, wake up. Oh, it worked! Gaia, we're right here beside you. Come back to us. The necklace begins to glimmer faintly. I wrote in, I'll show you what I wrote later. The necklace begins to glimmer faintly. We have to say it again. Say her name again. Oh, no. We can talk to Reen now. You can only hope Gaia is able to hear your voice. She can hear us. I know she can. Now, all we have to do is pray that she'll return. Voice of the soul. Gaia, we have coffee biscuits. Yeah, imagine if we gave her some of the coffee biscuits that they were saving for us to help jog her memory. Maybe it'll wake her up. Gaia, I know you're in there somewhere. If you're lost, I'll find a way to reach you. I swear it. It's so quiet. Where am I? Mitron. I'm finally free of you, it seems. Ah, dearest Gaia, that fate should part us once more. Still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be, still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden, free to be reborn. Perhaps one day, fate will bring us together again in another life. Oh my gosh, stop. After all, you've already found me once, in spite of everything. I might even be the one to find you. Because, like, the thing is, because if their souls are sundered, maybe this just isn't this Gaia isn't his Gaia, maybe, right? Maybe there's another one, or there's another log free out there that he's supposed to be with. But, man, Gaia, I might even be the one to find you. I fear you will come to forget me, to forget the times we shared. Perhaps. After all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes, they'll read the tale of a girl bound by duty, of her loyal protector, arrived in her hour of need. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You have grown strong, Gaia. If I'd found you sooner, then maybe. No, wait! Don't leave me! Oh my gosh, okay, so we got his real name. Until we meet again, Artemis. Hmm? Whose name did I just... Well, never mind that now. I need to get out of here. Wherever here is. I feel as though there's somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. fell out of her hand. What's this? Is this ice? It certainly looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt, and it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. She remembers Rain. That's it. There was a girl, but what was her name? Rain? Gaia. Rain. I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on, I'm coming for you. Oh my gosh, what? How did Rain do that? Oh, wait, is that with the gunblade as well? Everything's back. You were numbered. I could never forget you, try as I might. Wait, didn't she say that earlier too? It's also so beautiful here. Oh, and that's where Eden is. So the ether that Eden had absorbed was finally returned to the land. Now, just like Mitron, the empty can be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty now. It's a utopia. We're just third wheeling on the side. We need to move over. Character, we're like move over. It's so pretty here. It's really, really pretty. I'm thrilled that we've been able to restore the empty, but I can't stop thinking about Mitron and Logrif. It seems to me they were only bound to their duty because of their memories. It seems that there's something within that doesn't want to be forgotten. Their souls live on, no matter how many times they go through the cycle of death and rebirth. I wonder what their lives would have been like if they never remembered, and had they carried on living amongst mortals? Then again, I suppose I am Logrif in a way, but still me. Oh my goodness. The graphics updated a lot of foliages here apparently. Does it look extra pretty because of the foliage? It looks really great. It's so pretty. I really like it here. I will replay the message in a little bit, but like I like seeing the water like flow so quickly compared to before as well. We feel so tiny. We feel so tiny in like how big and lush this area is, and I love that. It's so beautiful. I want to come back here. Oh. Can you fish here? Any fishers? Can you fish here? Is that a thing? Oh, and the sunset as well. The mushrooms, it's so pretty. It's so pretty everywhere. Yeah, where's the gate ether right? I took a screenshot when I got here initially. It looks so different. It really does. I love it. But I was thinking what Gaia had said earlier, and I can't scroll back because I left ether, unfortunately. But where was it? Something about like where was it? I could never forget you, try as I might. I feel like, did Logger say that earlier in the cutscene with Mitron whenever she was reborn? I have to go back and double check because I feel like she said that before, or somebody has said that before. It's so pretty here. Honestly, staying here honestly, yeah, being here and like cycling through this area would be so pretty. Yeah, it's the gunblade that Reen used to go save Thancred. No, sorry, Thancred's gunblade that Reen used to save Gaia and cut a hole into wherever, I don't even know where. Her consciousness or something. And they're okay now. Oh my gosh, where I belong. By the look on her face, Reen can scarce believe that the empty is restored. I still can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. I wish the others were here to see it. I'll be sure to tell them all about it. Perhaps Gaia could pay them a visit and share the news. I mean, can she? I want both of them to visit Gaia? But how would she do that? Well, Ascians can travel between worlds, can't they? I might be able to do it, and I might be able to do it too, if I find a way to use my Ascian powers. It may prove a bit tricky now that I'm separated from Mitron, though. Well, to be honest, I'd like it if you stay in this world, at least for a while. We still have so much to do together after all. Actually, I wanted to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Thancred, the bookworm, and Uranger? No. Do you mean Thancred, the bookworm, and sorry, and Uranger, your knight in shining armor? It's close enough. No, it's the other way around. Oh, is it? My memories Seems like my memory is even less reliable than it was before. The main thing is, the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's a part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through rather a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for much needed rest? Alright, leave the piloting to me. She just woke up, are she sure? I guess she wants something to do. Ranger, my turn. My turn to be the knight in shining armor. Oh my gosh. My girls. I know she insisted on piloting the sky slipper, but given her recent excursions, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. I understand that keeping the sky slipper here allows us to save fuel for traveling all the way back to Mordsuk, but can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in these heels, you know. I seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying some nice sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe we should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I have you two to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. Taking in the scenery with the wind in my hair really helped clear the cobwebs too. Perhaps I should see about getting my very own sky slipper. What? You can't just buy one. Even if you could, they cost a fortune. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be... Oh, I'm sorry. That must be me Yulmoran upbringing speaking. I'll have you know I'm almost as comfortable in my more humble surroundings, like Mordsuk, for example. It reminds me, it's time we made our way back and told Aelforge all about, well, everything. So it looks like we can go back to the empty. Well, no more. No, wait. Yeah, we can go back to the empty. Let's go back to Mordsuk. Time to get into the sky slipper. Oh, I was gonna TP. I mean, he has just talked arcane. So yeah, I guess you would need some night training though. Night, yeah. I'll say one thing for this place. For the better or worse, I'll never forget the smell. After all the unimaginable things we've seen in the empty, it's nice to get a bit back to normality for a change. Welcome back. I take it all is well in the empty? It is now. Not everything went quite as we planned, to put it mildly, but we've managed to revive the ambient ether. Now all we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly? Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, just wonderful. I shall share the tidings with our inner circle, and perhaps it's time for more people to know about your expeditions as well? Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. I wish it was daytime. I'm pleased to say that I too have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yulmore finally found some information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? As it pertains to matters of a private nature, the information is being treated as highly confidential. So I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. Oh, also, I just am remembering and realizing that Mitron is the one that whispered to Gaia her name whenever she was like realizing she didn't have a name. I'm pretty sure that's what that was in the last set of Eden Raids that we ended up doing. To be honest, I'd prefer not to know. But why? You see, I've come I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmore. I now know I'm the reincarnation of Logrif in Ascian, and Mitron, the one who was transformed into Eden, was someone very special to me. For 100 years, Mitron called out to me in hopes that we'd be reunited, but there was no answer. I think it's also really interesting and really, I guess, strong of Gaia to like acknowledge the past and like what is, or like what had happened. But I mean, she's like continuing though. Oh, this song is really good. Even so, Mitron held on to those precious memories of our life together and stopped at nothing to make them a reality once more. I know now that Mitron wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Yes, it's a shame that things turned out the way they did. Those 100 years of solitude, that dream became an obsession. I would have likewise succumbed to darkness within if it weren't for Reen and Notice. If someone had been there for Mitron, who knows what might have happened. It's so interesting that they kind of like bring all these topics up. I still am angry with him that he like forcibly made Gaia like become Ascian Prime. That's still not okay. I'm not absolving that at all, right? But it's almost similar as well, like for like Arbert was also like nearly succumbed to like vanishing and just being like essentially vanishing until we found him. But that is a really good point though. If it weren't for for others, right? Or like people who are special like to you and everything. It is very sweet that she is being so empathetic though, but I think it's like, you know, even though she is Gaia and also Logrif, she's Gaia right now though. And that's why, from now on, I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolizes hope, and though each of our lives may be but a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia. So, I'm sorry. While I appreciate your efforts into finding my past, I'm looking to the future now as Gaia. No need to apologize, Miss Gaia. As long as you're happy, then so are we. Right. I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. So, what shall we do now? The festival. Come on, Reen. Don't tell me you've forgotten. The festival at the Crystarium, remember? And don't even think about leaving Meow. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh. They have so much fun together. No. I hope I see them in the Crystarium after this. Where I belong. Oh, yep. They're not here. Okay, tend to the Crystarium! Also, hi Ritz. Where are the war crimes? Are there war crimes in the trial series? Surely there's probably at least one, right? We're doing the trial series next week. I'm also probably going to be doing some job quests tomorrow, I think. Crystarium. Who could say? Who could say? If there's war crimes in the trial series. Maybe. Fantastic question. No idea. Maybe there are crimes there. We shall see. That was sweet. Oh. Where are they? Where are the girls? Where are they hanging out at? I mean, there was a festival in the Crystarium, but I have no clue where that is. Can you actually see them in the Crystarium? That is not enough? Oh, so the crimes, do you want the crimes as in the Civil War? There is a Civil War happening in Garlemald, so is that enough crimes for you? Father to be? Where are they? Why is there a void there? Is this a patricide? Yeah, there's patricide, regicide. There's a little bit of everything in Garlemald right now. But I don't really want to. I don't know if I want it. I don't know if I want what. I am unsure if I want what Garlemald has to offer to us, to be honest. Where are they? Everyone, thanks for joining me for the Eden raids. They were heartbreaking and very sweet, and also I need to take notes as well. So we now know of 3 Asian names. Wow. Wow. I'm just realizing, when would you have found out, like, Artemis and Gaia's name, if not, well, yeah, if not for this? Maybe at some point it would have been revealed, but like, if you hadn't done this, you wouldn't have found out their names, which is wild. Well, that tree is so pretty. No, this tree is really pretty. I can already tell that Wynn is disappointed that we don't have this tree. I really like this tree. I love the tendrils, and I love like how bright purple it is. Oh, it's this tree. That's so cool though. I love that. Oh my gosh, there's chickens. There's only chickens in the source, or in the first, not in the source. See, there's chickens here. I didn't even realize there was chickens in here. I know there was chickens on the other area, but I apparently never explored the Crystarium enough to realize there's chickens here. Oh, that's so easy. So easy to climb. Steal those chickens! Wait, I don't need to steal chickens, though. I mean, I think egg prices have gone back down. Gone back down. We can pack the chickens, though. Maybe if we pet them, more eggs? Don't kick it. I would never keep the chicken. And also, isn't that like a... No, that's killing the chicken in Skyrim. That's different. I also would not want to do that, because I think you make enemies out of everyone. Roof inspecting once again. It's just so easy to climb. Old habits are hard to break. Look at this. So easy to climb. I wish can I climb up there? Up here? No, I can't climb this one. I don't see the girls. I don't know where they are. It's okay. They might not be here. It's alright. I'm just trying to think. What time is it? It's 10:30? We've had a 6-hour stream. That's pretty good. Also, let me go back and chat. I'm not gonna steal chickens. A traveler for you. Are you from Corel? I'm actually from Sarg. Yeah, I am from Sarg at the moment, and we are, we ended up going off of Ether because, we were trying to get friends in to do the last Eden Raid, and unfortunately, Ether is always closed. Always closed at night, at least. Or most of the night. I don't want, no, he's not our best friend. I don't want to deal with Xenos. He's honestly, he's too much drama to deal with. Like, I'm sure he gets it from his great grandpa, sire, whatever, grandsire or whatever. But he's a lot. He's a lot. How did Arbert put it? That's what Elizabeth said though. Her last breath. I think there was something else that Arbert said in the last fight, the last 5.3 fight we ended up doing. I am far too prone to. Oh wait, no, wait. What's? Let me go all the way back down. I also need to replay an alert too. Menace derogatory. No, it's not even friend derogatory. I don't even want to call him this. I don't want even to call him our friend. He is menace derogatory. It's true. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if he stops doing war crimes, we'll call him friend derogatory as well. This song, I'm not okay. What is that song from a different game? The one that was playing when Reen and yeah, the one that was playing when Reen and Gaia were talking. Time to get a sky slipper. Is a sky slipper from a Savage raid? Oh, you are good, Nako. Do not worry. Stat Grid must be so proud of Reen. Level 1 Gunblade is OP. Is that really a level 1 Gunblade? Reen uses her dad's Gunblade to save her goth girlfriend. Oh, it's E8S. Ah, I see, I see. I mean, I literally only ever use like one, I don't know, one or two mounts. Maybe we can get the Sky Slipper 1.8. Yes. Wait, no. It hurts you every time? Oh, it's a Titan Savage one. Oh, okay. I see. Nope, it's from 14. Oh, it's an original 14 song. Okay. It is very, very... It's a very good song. I do like it a lot. It's very heartwarming. And a little devastating about like how good it is. I will replay the alert. I'm sorry, my alerts are being wonky right now. Or I had to mute them earlier. So here's this one and this one. If you haven't finished the quest line, you'll go to separate instances? Really?
I'm happy to report there are no more tears for the rest of the legendary epic MMORPG Final Fantasy.
No more tears?
14.
That was the last time I ever
From here on
cried?
out, it's just tears from comedy. Remember, the P in Yoshi P stands for promise.
He's gonna promise I only happy cry and laugh cry. No more sad cries. I feel like Yoshi, wait, is that true?
LMAO, Ryan. I really wish I had a friend. Universe gives her Gaia notice. I really wish I had a friend. Universe gives her Xenos.
No, stop. Notice, I really wish I had a friend. No, he's not my friend. He calls us his friend, but like I never claimed him, okay? I never claimed him to be my friend. All right, that hasn't happened. I don't think so. Okay, E4S for slipper. Okay. Remove is E8. I see. Thank you for the 200 bits, by the way, super. But okay, so last time I cry, this is the last time in Eden Raids, right? In optional Eden Raids. Very cool, very great. I love that. And then, okay, last time I cry, and then we're going to we have to deal with Xenos. I feel like we're gonna have to deal with Xenos in like 5.4 or 5.5. I'm unsure and nervous, and I feel like he's going to show up at some point. I mean, I think no more crying is contingent on notice and not Final Fantasy's writing. Oh, if I just turn off all my emotions, maybe I won't cry. Some people proudly like, there are some people who proudly like claim that they've never cried in the game at all, which is perfectly fine. I think everyone's experience is different. And it's no lesser more than anybody else's. Like, crying through every single thing in this game doesn't make anybody better than crying through nothing, and also crying some in between or not. But I know, like, I just know that there's some people who just don't cry, and there's some people who cry a lot or too much. No, maybe not too much, but if you don't cry when you return to the crystal to Seto, I don't trust you. You know what's really surprising? There are some people who absolutely break down for Seto, right? Not like that. not like breakdance, but like they break. It absolutely shatters them, like doing the Seto quest, because they have pets and how much they love their pets and how much they see Seto like as like, you know, what Seto would have felt is potentially what their pets would have felt, right? But yeah, no, it's actually like breaking down in terms of like tears, emotions, crying, screaming, throwing up, all of it. But like, so yeah, I'm really surprised that some people don't like really react much to Seto if they like, oh well, maybe it's just like some people just don't have pets either, right? So they don't have that attachment, or they don't have that attachment to their pets, potentially. But yeah, for me though, I mean, I don't have any pets at the moment, not yet. But it is devastating. And the writing is really good to really pull at your heartstrings if you are a crier or if you get emotional in general. I was crying, never had a pet, I was also crying. It is rough, but they do so well. Teenage love. Okay. And then same dev created Gaia and Kingdom Hearts, so it makes sense. And then sorry, I had to borrow my dad's gunblade to get you out. Simple and Clean starts playing. This is so Kingdom Hearts coded. I can definitely see it, especially with the gunblade like slashing in and like taking her out of like the crevices of like her mind or whatever, right? And the symbolism of like using the gunblade, because essentially like, because Thancred saved Ringing and like took her out of literal jail and confinement, right? And then now Reen is able to do that, and Reen is able to be the one to save Gaia. I know someone that broke harder at Dulia's scene than Seto based on his circumstances. Like, oh no, of Dulia. Her coming into her own and inherited her dad's arms. Yeah, I don't know. It's really, because that's another thing as well. Exactly that, because like he was also like a rogue at some point. And then he taught her how to, and then she used the gunblade to wield it. And I wonder if she'll end up using gunblade long term, but I don't know. Will they be two? Will they both be tanks? Perhaps. We don't know. We'll see. Kingdom Hearts never made me cry though. I've never played any of the Kingdom Hearts games aside from Chain of Memories, but Chain of Memories was rough as for child notice, and I don't really remember much of it. I don't know any of the story actually. I always thought the songs were really cool for Kingdom Hearts, and I always thought the song and the game looked really cool, and I wanted to play it, but I couldn't. I didn't have any consoles. I didn't have any like PlayStation consoles, so therefore I could not play. Was really good. I'm sure it was great, but there was a hard cutoff stopping point for child notice that could not progress further than that. But that's fine, because I played Tales of Symphonia and I love that. I think you'd love as a franchise. So Kingdom Hearts is scheduled for Q4 of this year, probably sometime in December for me to start and try. We'll probably start with Kingdom Hearts 1 and then we'll work our way forward eventually. We don't talk about the story. I saw a recap and it's the most convoluted nonsense. Super. Why would you say that when there are so many Kingdom Hearts fans in the chat right now? I think you are speaking correct, true, real facts, but then also I'm mad that they pulled out the Final Fantasy characters and went all into Disney. Tales of Symphonia was very good. I really want to play it again. That was my first, like, I'm sure I played some other JRPGs here and there that really imprinted or was like impressionable to me as a kid, but I would say Tales of Symphonia probably was one of the biggest ones. That one, Summon Nights was really good too. Summon Nights, Tales of Symphonia, and there was like another one that I thought was really interesting that was on Game Boy Advance. But for sure, Tales of Symphonia. I really want to replay it again eventually. Final Fantasy characters are mostly cameos though. Convoluted because condense everything over 20 years into 1 hour. Yeah, they love it. They love it for it. I mean, yeah, they definitely love it. You definitely need a flowchart for the story. Is impossible. Play Xenogears, perfect works. Is it on? Is Xenogears the one? Wait, no, that's Xenoblade. I was gonna say, I was like feeling conflicted recently because I was like, I was thinking like, man, I really like Shadowbringers. It's like really great and fantastic, and like I'm trying to figure out. I need to play more games to broaden my repertoire of other like RPGs I enjoy, because I don't want to get stuck on Shadowbringers and have that as my peak of all times. Which I think it's fine if that is your favorite story of all times going forward, right? But like, I think it's good to have other highly comparable games that you really enjoy and like are such like super rich in story that you can compare and like not compare, but like see what you love about each game and what you don't, and then also maybe like come up with things that maybe or critiques of even the games that you do love. You have 6, I have 4. Those are different though. Like so we talked about this, and I think it's really interesting. I love 14, and if you have to ask me what your favorite Final Fantasy is, I don't think you're allowed to include 11 or 14 into the mix because they're so different. And also, 14 wouldn't exist. 14 wouldn't be the game it is if not for the other Final Fantasy games, right? So in my opinion, for me personally, I cannot compare. If you ask me on my favorite Final Fantasy game, I would have to say, are you talking about MMOs or non-MMOs for me? And if it's an MMO, 14, right? I love 14. But if you're talking about favorite Final Fantasy games generally, I can't even do that anyway. I'm terrible at favorites. So I can tell you 4 was my first one, and it's a very special place in my heart. I love 6 for how much I see builds up. I love 9 so much because 9 has so many parallels and so many like themes that are so similar in Shadowbringers, just in Shadowbringers. There's so many themes, and therefore like I feel like, and the thing is like maybe it's not direct inspiration, but maybe there was inspiration along the way that are very similar and very like, very similar, or like indirect inspiration. And I feel like 14 wouldn't be what it is without all the other games. And I'm only up to 9. I've only played 1, 4, 6, 9, and we gotta go back to play 7. I'm playing 3 off stream right now, so yeah. 14 is your favorite, 7's Remake is your favorite Final Fantasy game. And there's always Expedition 33, which we are, okay, maybe tomorrow, okay, how about tomorrow morning? What if tomorrow morning I finish Final Fantasy 9? What if tomorrow morning I finish Final Fantasy 9 and we start Expedition 33 again next week, next Wednesday, Thursday? I'm really curious. I'm really curious because like I don't know what to expect in Expedition 33, and I've enjoyed it so far, and I already like cried so early in the game. So it's going to be interesting as I continue that game, or I replay through it, how I feel about it compared to the other RPGs I've played so far, right? So, and 9. But also, without getting to specifics, 14 hits similar beats, themes to Kingdom Hearts, and it doesn't work cleanly all in one game. I see. And it's also really interesting as well because Final Fantasy 14 had had 1.0 and were able to essentially scrap it and bake it into their story, right? So they had that going for them, which is really, it's such a unique, interesting story. And I also am curious of like other like developers or other games that kind of have done that as well. They essentially have scrapped their old story and baked it into their new story and actually like made it interesting going forward, or like they actually like redeem themselves kind of thing. And I know we're talking to like it's an echo it's almost an echo chamber, not quite, but we're talking to the choir, right? So like everyone, a lot of people agree with similar sentiments. What is here? Let me go back. One of my biggest critiques that I'm not the biggest fan of, which is fine, about 9. I love the story of 9, but sometimes like sometimes like switching out gears is a little annoying because it's very gear dependent for certain battles or whatever. I think it's I think it's unique and I think it's really interesting and fun, but I only say but sometimes it I just forget and that's it. I forget, so it's a little cumbersome or whatever. So therefore BB just carries everyone. Okay. So 9 in job quest locked in, maybe. I mean, I don't have to finish all of my job quest, but I don't have to finish all the job quests, but I should for sure finish the role quest. We can sprinkle in more job quests as we do other things. You haven't played Nier? No, I have not. I should play Nier, but like, which one do you even start with first? Like, should you start in order, like in a certain order to go through them for story? And then 9 has VV. Why must you push any further than that? Wait, let's go back really quickly. 6 OG, definitely the reason there was a quality of life culture. 14 is your favorite, Sim is your favorite, simple and clean. I do need to play Persona one day. Definitely surprised they haven't had some sort of 14 crossover event. That'd be interesting. But do you think it's because of Disney though? Because of Kingdom Hearts? What would you think of 15 or 16? I'm really curious as well. I have no clue. I have no knowledge really of 15 or 16 either, from like very minor things or from the crossover events that you kind of learn, but that's about it. My favorites are 6, 8, 14. Still waiting for that 8 representation. We will play 8 one day. It's gonna happen. I plan to play all the Final Fantasies. Maybe because it's tough for Disney. Follow your dreams, streamer. Wednesday is preferred. And then all you need to do is get into parry training arc, and then you can be mean parry machine. We'll probably redo some of my parry journey on Discord. I kind of say the same with 14. I love all the nuts the other games, but the best bit is 14 in its original story and characters. Yeah, I do agree. I really, really like 14. Like, if I had to, if you forced me of like, oh, you can't pick any of the other, well, I can't, it's unfair. It's so unfair to do that, but like 14 is like in my top 5 games for sure. I can't name you any of the other 4 games that are in my top. Actually, I can. A couple of them I can, but like it's in my top 5. I'm trying to think. I guess some of the other games that are in my top 5 are like very nostalgia, or like very like old nostalgia. The games I really, really enjoyed. Oh my gosh, Ghost Tricks. I'm thinking about Ghost Tricks. I thought about Ace Attorney, and I started thinking about Ghost Tricks. I love both those games a lot. Ghost Tricks actually made me cry. But I feel like Tales of Symphonia probably earns a spot. And then Harvest Moon. I feel like Harvest Moon, Tales of Symphonia, and probably Ghost Tricks and Ace Attorney earn a spot up there somewhere. I have not heard of that one, Ringa. I don't know what that is. Nier, it's an emotional roller coaster. It's a big game. I'm a little afraid of Nier, to be honest. Replicant and then Omada. Okay. Question. How long is the Nier games? Like, in comparison to like an expansion, right? So could you give me like an expansion? Like, how many hours roughly is one of the expansions we've done? And then how long is a Nier game? So I can frame it in my brain. 100 hours? You think it's 100? Oh, that's a lot. I might flame, because I've heard really good things about them. Great question. About an expansion, you would say? Okay. Taps the Shadowbringers content is dense. If you're gonna do both, Replicate first. If you're only gonna do one, Omada. Yeah, I will not be able to do them before Alliance raids. I already know, you already know. I know it's Nier based, but I'm not gonna be able to do it beforehand. Unless I literally wait. Which, that doesn't seem reasonable for me to do, because it takes time for me to like really, really focus and lock into games anyway. 20 or 30, depending on how completionist you are, the game has multiple endings. Oh, it's multiple endings? Oh no. 10 remains our favorite, and heavily biased due to the circumstances. So I've heard really good things about 10. I feel like 8 and 10 are probably somewhere on the list of like well, they're all on the list, right? But like eventually on stream. I feel like there are some games I'll probably play off stream, and then some I'll play on stream. Probably 1.5 expansions, really? Okay. 48, pretty much everything? I'm not a fast player. Alright. Okay. Same as an expansion plus patch. Okay. Okay, is this, didn't Fizzy end up playing Nier before she ended up doing the Alliance raids, or did she do them after the Alliance raids? And then your top favorite ones. Last until you're last until he says you're done. Okay. So many wonderful games in the world, truly so little time. Take some melon toner? What does that mean? No real reason to wait? Yeah, I don't think I would wait either. They're chunky. She played Automata before the raids, then Replicant much later. Okay, I see. Thank you. I only started Nier after the Alliance raids. Before? Oh, melatonin. Yeah. The melon toner? Why would you say melon toner? Sorry, what do you mean melon toner? I didn't get it. Thank you, Gilda. I forgot. Okay. Where is it? There it is. I feel like that little monkey who's like, huh? Kind of how playing other provides context as well. That makes sense. I think we'll just probably end up doing Nier at some point. I don't know when. Later, one day, someday. I have so many games to play. I still have to. Okay, you know what? You know what games are on my list that I need to play that we have not touched yet? Okay, things that are on my list. Oh my gosh, where's my list? Where's my Google Docs? Here it is. This is bright. This is so bright. There we go. I owe you. Oh goodness. Melatonin. Child's melatonin. Fellow melatonin user. I slept so late last night. Therefore, I was late to today's stream, and that's my fault. And I am suffering the consequences. So therefore, tomorrow we hopefully will be starting early. Timer Chan is sub 4 hours. This is great. She's doing so great. Yeah, there are some short games on the list though. Short games on the list, and my first game I look at is Baldur's Gate 3. That's not the first game on the list though. It's fine. She needs sub 4 hours, about a week. She's vibing. She's fine. She's fine. Okay, so games I owe you all that I do need to play. We have tried Final Fantasy Tactics. I will finish Tactics. We will do the Tactics that comes out in September, okay? We're gonna just play that edition instead. Elden Ring, so we have started it technically. Elden Ring, I have started, have not gotten very far. We plan to eventually play more of it, right? So, Tactics, Elden Ring, Ocarina of Time is on here, but it's short. It's like, comparatively, like way shorter than a lot of the other games that are on my list. Deltarune? How long is Deltarune at this point? Because like more chapters came out. How long is Deltarune, including all the chapters? Because I have to play Deltarune. Baldur's Gate 3, and then Kingdom Hearts starts in December. I technically almost finished I Love You, Colonel Sanders. It's like 90% finished. Enough that they charge for it. Okay, well, I'm not gonna... Baldur's Gate 3 is 6 months running. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to happen in like 2026, okay? 2026 Baldur's Gate is 100 minimum. Okay, 2026 Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna write that down. So, okay, so we have Q4 for 25 for Kingdom Hearts, right? So, Q4 for Kingdom Hearts. Baldur's Gate is sometime in 2026. Maybe get to current Final Fantasy, then Baldur's Gate in between. What do you mean current? What do you mean by current? Finish Endwalker? Is that current enough? Okay, Baldur's in 29. Honestly, I'm down to push Baldur's Gate to 27. If you're down, I'm down. I'm just gonna put 2026 for now. We have less than half the year left for 25. Yeah, time isn't real. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Welcome back, Nia. 300 hours for Baldur's Gate 3? Like, absolute minimum is 100. I'm not gonna go fast. I literally know nothing about Baldur's Gate. Aside from... I probably will like one person. I'll like a lot of the characters, but I'll probably try to romance one person. We just gotta start streaming twice as much, but then I need an editor. I need an editor so badly because I'm editing for myself. Well, as soon as I edit more things, maybe then I have enough money to hire an editor, and then things will get good. Or I have to get or I can get a full-time job and just stream on my spare time. And then then I wouldn't want to. Then stream income would go to editor, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, maybe that'd be better. We must see that true potential true to her word in 2 years, in 27 or 26, is a big game. It is very chunky. Baldur's Gate, definitely a game you can play in between others. Okay, but what if I forget? We might as well schedule until 2030. Honestly, we probably should, because I would like to play Persona at some point. Okay, all right, I'm thinking. So for 20, okay. Highlight, I did finish Stray. We did finish Stray. I'm very proud of myself for that. We also finished 6, and we're almost done with 9, okay? As much as we take in between to do Final Fantasy 14, we have actually finished games. It has happened. And I also started Final Fantasy 9 this year. No, take that back. Did I? No, I didn't. Never mind. I think I started at the end. No, I did finish it this year because I was finishing 6. Yeah, I finished 6 this year and I started 9 this year. So we did it. Persona? Purse owner? I love Persona. Just put it on the schedule. Purse owner. Games are not very long. Don't lie to me, Stellar. Persona games are 100 hours. Like 100 hours minimum. You liar. Liar, pants on fire. I know. My friends have played Persona games. I've seen their save files. Not very long, excuse me. You bald-faced liar. I say that with the most affection, by the way, because I know it's long. It's like telling me that Baldur's Gate is a casual, lighthearted game that I can play, like, I can pick up and put down like Overwatch. Okay, that makes sense. Baldur's Gate 3 ruined your understanding of gameplay time. Okay, I think that's valid. All these 100+ hour games I'm in favor of. The thing is, I need to just like play multiple of them at a time, or like I need to have larger chunks of playtime. Because Expedition 33, oh my gosh, I have to play that. That is on the list too. I need to finish Expedition 33 before I get into hopefully Ocarina of Time. Let's play Ocarina. Yeah, we just get in and just start Ocarina of Time. And then we just make sure that Kingdom Hearts is for December. Or if I finish my schedule is finished earlier, then we do Kingdom Hearts earlier. You kind of can jump from Baldur's Gate 3 for 20 minutes and do one quest. Okay, but will I remember the quest by next time? I mean, 100 hours seems short. 30 hours seems, some 30 hours seem long. Yeah, that makes sense. Just because of like the content or like how grindy it could be potentially. Is easy to pick up and put down. Okay, all right. I trust you all. Kingdom Hearts for Christmas. I promised last Christmas that Kingdom Hearts would be for Christmas this year. Which is wild. How's it half the year already? Sorry, we're fine. Okay, so let's go back. Kingdom Hearts is a journey though, I know. That's why we probably have to do it during Christmas time. During the holidays. You could beat 3 Zeldas before you touch half of Baldur's Gate. Probably. This was on the wheel, which I do have to spin the wheel 2 more times, and Persona may be on the wheel. Or perhaps... Yeah, Boulder's, it is on the wheel. It is on the wheel. Persona is on the wheel. And then also Detroit Become Human is on wheel. But if Detroit Become Human is on the wheel, I'm pushing it back. I'm sorry. I have to. We have so many things. The story of Kingdom Hearts is so confusing, but maybe we'll find it out. You know what? What if I start taking notes at the beginning and we have notes together long term? And maybe it'll make more sense for us. You'll be fine. I'm very not fine with 25 being half gone though. Yeah, I'm not fine with that either. That's not really cool. I feel like that's actually a crime against everyone that the year is half over. Yeah, totally will. I'm pushing it back. We're pushing it back. Notes is a good idea. We need more notebooks as well. I have my little mini notebook. Actually, I'm gonna have to ask my sister if she can go to Daiso and buy me more mini notebooks like these. Because it's nice to just be able to pick up and like write down like a small page of notes and not get too lost in them. Because sometimes huge walls of notes is a lot. We need you to reverse time. Catboy, where are you? Where's our Catboy? I know where he is. He's in Mordona. Our Catboy's in Mordona and he needs to reverse time. Well, we can stop it. Oh, oh my gosh. Ranga, no, don't tell me. Don't say that what's his name? Don't tell me Artemis and Gaia were onto something. I forgot how to say his name. I have my notes right here in front of my face. Mitron, don't tell me Mitron and Logriff were onto something about stopping time. Maybe. Catboy? Catboy's home! Being closer to 26 than 24 doesn't bother. No, it doesn't bother. Being closer to 50 than 2000 does. Yeah, that's kind of weird too, though. But I'm not thinking about that either. Somebody was like talking about that recently, or like reels or TikToks have been going around about it. I don't think about that. If it's not in my brain and I don't think about it, it can't hurt me. That's a lie. Things can still hurt you a lot even if you don't think about it. Don't listen to me. A lot of the confusion is the time frame and staggering of the releases. Yeah, that makes sense. If you play in a reasonable order, make the Final Fantasy style notes and you don't have years between them, like they were confusing, it's reasonable to understand. Okay. It'll be great. I don't like it. I know a lot of people love it, but to me, they're no fun. Maybe you'll enjoy the story more than the gameplay. I wonder if it's the gameplay that kind of like throws people off though. Okay, all right. I'm looking at my list. I'm gonna try to finish Ocarina of Time this year. Oh, thank you so much. Super, thank you so much. I appreciate that. A white mage pin! Or is it the magnet? It's one of the two.
Don't go shopping while not sober, kids.
Oh!
Tilda sent via throne.com.
You're going shopping while not sober? What is happening? Thank you. Oh, more notebooks! Oh, I can use those. Oh, I can use those notebooks for notes. Final Fantasy notes.
Don't go shopping while not sober, kids.
Super.
Tilda sent
Are
via
you okay?
throne.com.
Are you... Oh my gosh. What? Did you just buy RAM? Did you just buy me RAM? What is happening right now? What did you do?
Don't go shopping while not sober, kids. Tilda sent via
What did you buy me RAM? Thank you. Super. Thank you so much. It's really funny. Download the RAM. Oh, I gotta go to LimeWire and download more RAM now. The funny thing is, Super, I can't even use that RAM because I don't have a motherboard and a CPU that's compatible yet. So that's next on the list. Computer. I already have maxed out RAM on like my current specs. Those are for new upgrades though. So, well, if I do end up one day, someday, upgrading my computer, that would be cool, but that would be expensive, so I don't want to think about it. I have 32 gigabytes right now, I think, in my computer. So not terrible. Drink your water. So yeah, please drink your water. Do not dehydrate. Don't get cotton mouth. I don't know if that's a thing, if edibles. I think the message told you exactly what Super did. Do not go shopping while not sober. Thank you, Super. Thank you for the notebooks. Thank you for the pin. Thank you for the RAM as well. Definitely one too many. Compute, go, zoom, vroom. Mm-hmm. Super. Are you sober enough to do Eden Raids off stream? Are you sober enough to do Eden Raids off stream and to catch up? If you are, I may be able to convince some people to help. Yeah? Down? Hell yeah? Not talking though. Yeah, you don't have to. Thank you. Everyone, thank you for being here, by the way. Thanks for being silly. Thanks for listening to me. I will take melatonin at 12. The bag is already open. You know what's funny? There's a child lock on here. Anyways, because they're gummies and you don't want... Can you overdose on melatonin? It can probably mess you up a lot if you take too many, but I'm not gonna do that because I'm an adult who takes kids' melatonin. But yes. But yeah, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for joining me with Eden Raids. The story is really, really great. I really like it a lot. It's super sweet, and we learned so much. Oh, sorry. Artemis is Mitron. And then wait. Logriff. This is Gaia. Now we know 3 Asian names. Emmett is Hades. And also, I am correct so far, 3 for 3, that their names are of Greek, I guess, Greek mythology, right? And also, I think that's so, I love that. I kind of love that already because they were talking, Uranje was talking about this earlier when we were in Mordona, in Rising Stone. He was saying how Azem and Azim and Azima are such similar names, and a lot of them represent the sun. And he's wondering if that essentially is like, it stems from Azem, right? If Azim and Azima stems from Azem, and it's not like a far off thought that it could be just because of how similar the names are, right? So this is what Uranje says in Rising Stone. So it's really interesting and really neat, and kind of like, I think it's an interesting nod that their real names are also names of Greek mythology, like of gods and goddesses. That is such an interesting like little tie into all of that as well. Anyways, I love that. Greek deities, exactly, yes, Greek deities. So I think that's really, really cool. So I am really excited to go forward to see or find out and learn more as well. So yeah, that's it. It comes from books, yeah. I was also a nerd child that also found mythology interesting as well. I had a phase for Norse mythology. I really enjoyed Greek and Roman for a bit too. I want to make a funny religious joke, but maybe I shouldn't. 90% of it comes from the god of war. Also, so it's going to be interesting as well to see if any of the names that end up being picked for each of them correlate in other ways or if it has other ties to like Greek mythology as we know as well. So that'd be cool. I know more about Norse. Yeah, I had a stint, a good chunk of time for Norse, and yeah, I think it's neat. Anyways, okay, so wrote that down just in case. Huh. Honestly, the way that Gaia ended up like reacting to Artemis slash Mitron as well, I think it's really interesting that like she was a lot more understanding about it, because I think we definitely are like super annoyed at what he did and like why he did it, but like I guess part of that part of her that was kind of awakened, like the Logriff part of her, not the Gaia part, but the Logriff side of her, she understood more what his motives were and why he did that. And we're not excusing him for it, and we're not like condoning it at all, but we can see and understand why, and she was a bit more sympathetic or empathetic about it. And even Reen was still incredibly empathetic about the whole situation, and like I mean, I did cry. Okay, I guess maybe I'm also a little empathetic and sympathetic of the situation. I did cry, I guess. Whatever. But I guess it was also nice for that, like, for that kind of closure, hopefully. So he does not go, like, well, and the other part, like, that she brought up, which was really, like, really important, I think that was, like, yeah, really important with that, is, like, he was stuck. He was stuck there for 100 years. But then also, Arbor was, like, stuck being a shade for 100 years, too. So all this time, that really, like, changes people and, like, toils in them and everything. It's really interesting. Thank you for the stream. Yes, thank you so much for the stream. How many days without cry counter? I have cried. I cried yesterday. I cried yesterday for Vivi. Oh my gosh, Vivi. Grandpa. Sorry, I'm fine. Vivi and Grandpa cried for that. Nearly cried for Quina because Quina said that when you beat up the bad guys, you better come back for come back because I'm gonna cook you dinner. So I cried that day. Did I cry during Eden Raids number 1 and 2? I forget. No, the last stream before yesterday was on Sunday, which may have gotten a little dehydrated or whatever. I don't know. I may have gotten a little dehydrated on 5.3 days. Why was 5.3 like that? Why is this game like this? I know why. It's because it's revenge. Because somebody... It wasn't the joke about, like somebody getting their... Like, one of the writers getting her OC killed, and therefore we must suffer now. In amazing storytelling and writing. But yes. Anyways, we have a lot of notes. We can review that later on. But yeah, we did a lot. Next week, I should be scheduling the trial series, by the way. So watch out for that. I will also be hopefully starting Expedition 33. My goal for tomorrow is probably just do role quest and maybe capstone quest. I'm going to see about VV, okay? I'm not going to promise tomorrow is VV day or VV day. Promise tomorrow is finishing Final Fantasy IX, but I'm going to figure out the schedule. If I wake up and I feel like I'm down for it and I feel like I have the energy, maybe we'll try to do the boss and maybe we'll finish it tomorrow morning. If not, or tomorrow afternoon. If not, we'll just work on role quest and job quest, or like role quest in capstone. Yeah. Okay. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. I started 4 hours late today, but the goal time is 12 EST PM. All right. So actually I really want to try to start earlier because like I think Sundays are the worst. Like so I can start later on Saturdays usually because most people are able to stay up a little longer, but I don't like starting too late on Sundays because I don't want to be up that long, and also a lot of people have to go to work the next day. So yes, that's my goal. You need to do some grinding off stream for 9. You think so? I was thinking as well when for 9 I was just gonna change some of my my items, like my items out, or I might need to go questing to find some items that are better suited for the characters, so I might do that. But maybe that's the case. I mean, we're on the last boss. It's just I was trying to figure out strategy. Yeah, so we might need to do some extra questing before we finish the last boss. And I've been told that after we finish the boss, it'll be like 30 minutes of cutscene. So yes, everyone, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your night, good rest of your day. Sleep well, take care. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a wonderful weekend. And if it's a long weekend for you, please enjoy it. Please take care of yourself. Please wind down. Wind down, take care. Thank you so much for being such wonderful company, and I hope I was good company back. I will see you all very soon. I probably will hang out in Discord for a little bit, maybe rope people into doing raids again. Maybe, perhaps maybe. But let me see who's online and what friends I go swing by and, swing by and say hi to. A lot of friends online tonight. Usually on Saturdays. Today is Saturday. Usually on Saturdays we have a good chunk of people hanging out and having a good time. Let me see. Also, I will say good night to everyone as well. Thank you for being here. I'm waiting in Discord. I'll be there soon. Okay, I'll be in Discord. Good night, Win. Good night, Ringa. Good night, Cyber. Good night, Illuminati. Good night, Kay. Good night, Allie Kid. Good night, Allie. Good night, Stellar. Good night, Flame. Thank you for being here. Let me end raids. Or stop raids. Good night, Nia. Good night, Ken. Good night. Sorry. Good night, Super. Good night, Yami. Good night, Sep. Good night, Tuesday. Thank you for being here. Good night, Saray. Good night, everyone. Good night, Cyber. Good night, Vatty. Thank you for being here. Oh, Vatty, by the way, we need to talk later on about how I have brain worms of your favorite character. I don't know. I just can't stop thinking about him. Anyways, let's see who's online so we can say hi to. We have a lot of friends to hang out with, though. If anybody wants to do some Eden Raids Part 2, helping a friend out, catching up, I think we'll be in Discord. That's very valid. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. Something is going on. I think there's something wrong with me. I can't stop. Oh, man. There was a friend that I thought was going to be online today, but it's not. That is okay. Oh, yes. Okay. I think I know who we're going to say hi to. Okay, so here are my... these are my raid messages. Don't use the third one. The third one is only for tier 3s. Use the other two. Do it. You're gonna say hi to friends. It'll be great. Let's see. It's a little later than I'd like today. How about let's go say hi to... I don't think I'm allowed to look at this. I was gonna say, let's go say hi to Kiwi. We haven't said hi to Kiwi in a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Okay, everyone. Good night. Sleep well. Take care. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow. I think it'll be a good stream. I think we'll do great. I definitely probably won't cry at World Quest. I'm a little fearful of tomorrow's World Quest, honestly. I've heard conflicting things. That I might not like it, but then also maybe it's good. Maybe I will like it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Good night, everyone. I'll see you later. Bye. Let's do this. Nice. 2 hours and 47 minutes. I'll do it. I'll probably just round up to 2 hours and 50 for tomorrow. We're doing great. Sorry for the late stream. I'm trying to not make it happen again.